Welcome, everyone. Nice to have a few more people tonight. So, Christine, Kim, glad you could join and join us more often. So let's jump into our teaching for today. In our email, I'll just share my screen with you, and that'll lead us nicely into today's lesson, which is the first lesson in part 2 of the workbook. So there's an introduction of the workbook to do, and also an insert on what is forgiveness, and then the lesson itself. And then there's some text. So let's see how we go. All right. So let's share my screen with you. Okay. Yeah, so let me know when you can see the screen.
Yeah.
Right, Kim, if you can read that headline quote for us, please.
Forgiveness recognizes what you thought your brother did to you has not occurred. It does not pardon sins and make them real. It sees there was no sin, and in that view are all your sins forgiven.
Today's quote is from part of today's reading from the workbook. It's the insert on what is forgiveness. It's really a succinct summary of what radical forgiveness, as Yeshua teaches it, really is. As he says in the quote, radical forgiveness simply overlooks all, quote, sin, which it sees as ephemeral error that doesn't really exist. And therefore, radical forgiveness helps you see that there's really nothing to forgive and restores your mind to an awareness of its true nature as unconditional love, which by definition doesn't acknowledge any conditions for love to occur. That's why it's unconditional. So you let go of all the conditions, and what remains is unconditional love. So it might be helpful to consider what the ego's plan for forgiveness. It always makes errors real and permanent in perception, which is the definition of sin, means that the errors cannot be overlooked. And that in turn leads to ego's perception that completely pardoning someone's plainly visible sins is impossible self-perception, and the options it offers instead of radical forgiveness are, so firstly, pseudo-forgiveness. So you think you're in the right. Often this is associated with people who are formally religious, Christian, Muslim, whatever, and they say, "Well, I'm in the right. I'm the pious person who goes to church and says my Hail Marys, and you're a lapsed sinner, and I know I should forgive you because that's what the scripture says I should do, but actually I look down on you and I condemn you, but I call it forgiveness. So no, I forgive you, you sinner. You'll burn in hell, but I forgive you," sort of thing. I don't know if you've experienced that, but it's not really forgiveness at all, is it?
No, it's being righteous.
It's just pseudo you and condemning you to be punished for your sins. They're not letting go of their misperception of sin and guilt at all. And then you've got compassionate forgiveness, which is to try and understand that the person did the best they could, given their state of consciousness at the time, and then you try hard not to judge them for their mistake. You know, okay, well, they did the best they could. Maybe they've had a tough life, bad childhood, they're very stressed now, etc., whatever. So there's some mitigating factor that you allow into your mind to explain their behavior. And then you say, well, because of that, I shouldn't judge, I shouldn't condemn, and I try hard not to do that. But in my mind, it's still real. What they've done is still real. And so really what I'm trying to do is mitigate the effects of what's real. And so both of these approaches miss the mark of radical forgiveness for different reasons. So they won't work to free you from all suffering. First approach, I call pseudo-forgiveness because it's really judgment and condemnation masquerading as forgiveness, just designed to reinforce the separate and superior identity of the person seemingly bestowing the forgiveness, without any genuine intent on their part to let go of the judgment and condemnation. So it's not really forgiveness at all, which always entails a letting go of the negative thought and emotion in the mind of the person forgiving. But it's judgmental condemnation in thin disguise. So pseudo-forgiveness. Because healing happens through the unification of seemingly separate minds. Pseudo-forgiveness can't ever heal anyone, but rather it reinforces the ego's separate identity in the minds of both the person who's pseudo-forgiving and the person on whom the pseudo-forgiveness is bestowed, as the imagined superiority of the person pseudo-forgiving over the sinner will be strengthened in their mind, while the sinner will sense that they are already being condemned by the other person and will usually react to the pseudo-forgiving person based on their supposed guilt in a defensive, angry, or fearful way, which strengthens their false self-concept of being a guilty sinner and their sense of being separate from the pseudo-forgiver. So it's just designed to perpetuate the separation. So it's pretty easy to see that pseudo-forgiveness is false. It's never going to work to free anyone's mind from sin and guilt. But you may not be so convinced about the second type of forgiveness the ego engages in, which I call compassionate forgiveness. And I say, after all, what's wrong with compassion? So it's a good thing. It's a big feature of some of the Buddhist paths. Surely it's a spiritual quality one we should try to cultivate. So this is where the ego, which remember is just the belief in separation, gets very devious and cunning. Because on the surface of it, this seems to be perfectly reasonable. But if you scratch a little bit below that, a little bit of logic, below the shiny surface of this veneer, you'll see that it has the same rusted core, which is that it makes the separation real, it makes sin and guilt real. So you might say, well, how so? Because compassionate forgiveness still assumes that whatever has seemingly happened to upset you has really happened. And now its negative effects in your mind must be mitigated by trying to understand why the other person did what they did. It assumes that he or she really did do it, and it makes the situation, the characters participating in it, real to the compassionate forgiver, who then will then still have a sense of being a separate person, living in a hostile world, trying and struggling to forgive what is seemingly unforgivable. And even though the compassionate forgiver is trying to lessen the negative impact of the seeming offense in their mind, which is a step in the right direction, they still believe the offense was really committed, and the world and their separate identity operating in it remain real to them. So it's a kind of a halfway house. It's better than pseudo-forgiveness, and you're making some progress to letting go, but it falls well short of true or radical forgiveness, which simply says it never happened. And that's what Yeshe is teaching us in the Course, which allows you then to completely let go of anything. You don't have to make it real and then try and mitigate its effects. You simply recognize that it's unreal to start with. So compassionate forgiveness is a good starting point, but it won't take you all the way home. to the transcendent dimension of reality that Yeshua calls the kingdom of heaven. Because it still makes the world in the sense of separate self, that is the ego, real in your mind. Whereas radical forgiveness, the third kind that we're learning in this course, gets to the root of the problem. So radix is a Latin word from which the word radical is derived. It means root, by simply denying that anything other than unconditional love is real. It says that's not true. No matter what form it takes, no matter how seemingly serious or hurtful or whatever the property is that it seems to have, it remains unreal. And therefore, if any word, action, or behavior that's seemingly been said or done is unloving, it's just unreal, and it has no existence or effect. This is the Holy Spirit's perfect logic that cancels out all errors and helps you recognize that you and the seemingly other person you're forgiving are not and never have been separate. So only radical forgiveness, with the help of the Holy Spirit, which remembers just the remembrance of perfect unconditional love, will return your mind to a state of unconditional, in which you realize that you and everyone and everything else that seems to have a separate form in this world are really one and the same, pure formless awareness of perfect love. And that's the outcome of forgiveness, is that you collapse all separation, all levels, and you realize that I'm just one with everyone, including the person who may have hurt me and who I seem to need to forgive. So here we are discussing it, 3 levels of forgiveness. Any thoughts, comments, or questions on that from anyone? Are those 3 levels clear? You understand the distinctions between the kinds of forgiveness when you apply them?
Yeah, I think it's clear.
Good. Yeah, Elaine, Christine.
The actual application of the third one.
Yeah, it's the application of radical forgiveness to, in the moment when it seems to be real, remind yourself this isn't real. So it's not really happening. It hasn't really happened. All of its effects are illusory. So why am I reacting to the apparent effects of this when it's not real?
Yeah, I think sometimes one goes through the steps, but it still feels real. It takes a bit of time.
It takes a lot of undoing. Remember, what you're doing with radical forgiveness is you are practicing believing in another reality. You're practicing another belief system, which completely contradicts your existing one, which is why we find it difficult. Because you've got to deny the entire reality and the thought system behind that reality. So whenever you deny something, you say this isn't real, you're denying that whole thought system, which the ego knows and it feels threatened. So it has a lot of resistance. It doesn't want you to do that. It wants you to just continue in the same ways.
Yeah.
And only radical forgiveness will cut through. It just cuts the cords and says it is not real. Whatever you experience here on this level of form is unreal. You're in a dream. So remember that. Remember that there's just ultimately one awareness, pure formless awareness of perfect love. That's still there. It's in your mind. It's accessible right now. If you will just let go of those thoughts and emotions that block it. Those thoughts and emotions are triggered by the world you've invented. That's the ego's game. The belief system projects out the thoughts of separation. It then creates the world accordingly, which is based on separation, is designed to challenge you and then stimulate those same beliefs, to reinforce those same beliefs and stimulate the emotions that really underpin those beliefs. That's what the world is for. It wasn't made to help you, to heal you. It was made to imprison you and enslave you and hurt you and ultimately kill you. But the Holy Spirit can reinterpret its purpose. So it can be now a world which is made to help and heal you. Okay, so clear on the distinction between pseudo-forgiveness, compassion, compassionate forgiveness, and radical forgiveness.
Yes.
Okay, can you explain it to me?
Pseudo forgiveness. Okay, so out of the three, the first two, pseudo forgiveness and compassionate forgiveness, still are on the level that we believe that the ego is real. Pseudo forgiveness is really not. It comes from a level of superiority. So you're not really kind of. It's not showing any sort of love or compassion for the person, and it's just saying, okay, well, I forgive you, but I feel superior for you because you did something wrong to me. Compassionate forgiveness is understanding, meeting the person at that level and understanding what happened and meeting where they're at, which feels like there's love and compassion there on the surface. However, it's still on a level that the ego is real, whereas radical forgiveness is sharing that it's forgiveness where it's saying that this actually never happened because none of this is real, it's an illusion. So it's no longer, you're no longer having that belief in separation, and it's letting go of that.
Yeah, well, I'll explain. You can't make the error real and then try and mitigate it. That's the approach of compassionate forgiveness. Oh, it's really happened, it's real, but now I'll try and mitigate it and soften my judgment of it, because it's still then fundamentally real in my mind. This is why most people struggle with forgiveness hugely, because they're like, well, how do you actually do it? It's apparently happened. They approach it like, well, I'm trying to forgive what's really happened, you see, which then becomes impossible. If it's really happened and the effects are real, how do I forgive it? Consequences are real. I've been hurt, someone else has been hurt. You're telling me I should just let that go when it's real? Like, can't.
And also, they think it's also, you can't forget it. So they say, forgive but not forget, which you probably won't. Yeah.
Because it's all attempts by the ego to make its identity and its world real in your mind. So it won't work to ultimately free you. I mean, for sure, compassionate forgiveness is better than pseudo forgiveness or better than no forgiveness, because you're trying in some level to release some of that judgment. But it's never going to fully work to release you, because it still makes the world real, and therefore it makes you real. It makes all the characters in the dream real. So the only way of really letting it go is you've got to go above it. You go into another reality. And from above the battleground, as Yeshua phrases it, you look on time, space, and you go, well, whatever seems to be happening here on this timeline, from this perspective of perfect love, unconditional love, just isn't real. It's never really happened. Only this is real. And so it's a very simple shift in perception, but a hugely profound one. You go into this state, and you now perceive these worldly events, circumstances from this state. It's a very, very different perception, and that perception then creates your thoughts and your emotions and your actions, words, that then flows forward in the dream. And so you're either going to be inspired by the Holy Spirit or controlled by the ego. Okay, so any other comments or questions on radical forgiveness versus compassionate forgiveness or pseudo forgiveness? The first two forms just root you on the timeline. Even compassionate forgiveness makes the situation real. And then you say, well, based on now the past, the person might have had a challenging past or a poor childhood or whatever. So I'll mitigate it in my mind. I'll try and lessen the judgment and the pain that I feel because of that. But really, you're just making the whole situation real, and you're making the past real again in your mind. So you're actually reinforcing the ego's thought system on that identity, not undoing it. Whereas radical forgiveness says, forget the past, forget the future. They don't really exist. Right here and right now is all you have. And it takes you into that eternal state of mind, of being. So radical forgiveness restores you to who you really are, your true self. And the more that you know your true self, the easier it is to forgive. Okay, so Christine, Elaine, happy with that summary? So
Yeah,
you said that let's go into today's teaching, shall we? So let's look at today's lesson, which is lesson 221. Okay, so lesson 221. Start this recording. Okay. So as I said, we're starting a new part, second part of the workbook. So Yeshua's given us a little bit of an introduction to this. And then there's an insert. So at the beginning of each 10 lessons, there's one of these inserts which answers a question. Today's question is, what is forgiveness? And the idea is that we're supposed to read each insert along with the lesson, because the lesson's very short, it's just 2 paragraphs. So you read the insert every day as your daily practice along with the lesson. Okay, so let's look at the introduction to this part 2 of the workbook, shall we? So who would like to read first? Elaine, maybe? Do you want to read paragraph 1 for us?
Yeah. For this review, I take only one idea each day, and I practice it as often as is possible. Besides the time I give morning and evening, which should not be less than 15 minutes, and the hourly remembrances I make throughout the day. I use the idea as often as I can between them. Each of these ideas alone would be sufficient for awakening if I learned it truly. Each would be enough to give release to me and to the world from every form of bondage and invite the memory of perfect love to come again.
Well, so what's he saying in that one?
Just again, practice. Make sure that you, try and do mornings and evenings at 15 minutes and your hourly remembrances, and allowing to top yourself up and find that perfect love.
Each idea, this is the power of it, each idea is enough to awaken. If you go fully into it, that idea will take you into a revelatory state. It should be enough to release you. Oh, hang on. Have I got the right? No, it's a review. So, sorry, I just realized I got the wrong. I'm going, why is it a review if it's an introduction? So, but the last review was very much a precursor to this this new part, new part of the workbook. So it's just there you want to share it. It's just that, and let's go back here. Introduction. So words will mean little now. What should we got to do? 6, 7. It's a little bit of stuff to do. All right. Let's just copy and paste it. Just do it line by line. So this I've got to do it up front. Okay. So start again, Elaine. If you can read that one, and we'll just
the
translate
alternative
as we go. Yeah, well, this is the same. We'll just translate as we go.
Words will mean little now. We use them but as guides on which we do not now depend. For now we seek direct experience of truth alone. The lessons that remain are merely introductions.
I use them only as. No, there's John. That's nice.
So, for now, I seek direct experience of truth alone. The lessons.
Hi, John.
Hi, John.
Hi, Kim, Christine, Elaine.
Hi.
Welcome. I just having a look at the introduction to the new part 2 of the workbook.
Yeah. Okay. Yep. Hi, Kim.
Hi, John.
Yeah, nice. We got a positive crowd here.
Yeah.
Great.
Lovely. Nice to see
Very
everybody.
good. Yeah, it's been Elaine and John's been joining me, darling. But nice to have a few more people. So where were you, Elaine? For now, I seek direct experience of truth alone.
The lessons that remain are merely introductions to the times in which I leave the world of pain and go to enter peace. Now I begin to reach the goal this course has set and find the end toward which our practicing was always geared, or which my practicing was always geared. So now I begin to reach the goal this course has set and find the end toward which my practicing was always geared.
Yeah. So thoughts on that? What's he saying there in summary?
Well, we're leaving our words behind. They're just going to be little guides, symbols to find a world without pain and enter into peace. And reach the goal that the course has set forward for us.
Yeah. And he's pointing us to a new phase. He's saying it's a direct experience of truth alone. Those are really the key. That's kind of the key distinguishing feature between the two parts of the workbook. The first part is about undoing of the ego, focusing very much on understanding the ego and learning to let it go. Second part is about a direct experience of truth alone. And the lesson points you to that experience very directly, which is why they're short and sweet. The lessons are just 2 paragraphs, key idea, and then 2 fairly short paragraphs. And then he's saying read the insert as well every day. So for 10 days you read the same insert. But the lesson is very short, very sweet, and it's designed to just take you in to a state of pure formless awareness, where you actually experience the truth, and the experience speaks for itself. Once you're experiencing the truth, the need for words fades away. You don't need them anymore. So the words will mean little now. Start fading into the experience of it, which is another phase. And that's actually, I mean, if we look at what happened to Sally, this was very much what her path was. She started with a lot of unwinding and undoing and practicing. Then towards the end of the year, it was just, okay, I'm just going into these deep, peaceful states where words are not required, just kind of being able to stay there for hours, which is what he's saying will happen, pointing us to that. So that's where he's taking us now.
Do you think,
all right.
John?
Mm-hmm.
So I'm just like, I mean, this could be progressive and it depends on the rate we go, but we could still be kind of doing letting go. It's taking the intention is to take us to a peaceful state for these next 145 lessons. But we're still going to be doing a process of letting go. Like,
yeah.
I mean, I feel like it's a continuous process.
Yeah, the letting go will be part of it, but the emphasis is not as blocks as on seeking a direct experience of the truth. You see, so it kind of shifts from, okay, let's focus on really understanding the ego and the ego dynamics, and hence some of those lessons were very long.
Yeah.
To, okay, let's just use our practice to point you directly into the truth, so you have the experience of the truth in which the ego is undone as a direct experience. So it's a shorter practices, less words, and more about experience, which is the outcome of all spiritual practice. You do start to let go of the need for words, and it becomes just about one's own experience of something.
Yeah.
But as you continue on, the letting go is still there. It's not like, oh, now suddenly in phase 2 I'm not letting go. He's still talks about, I mean, the start of it is what is forgiveness. He's leading into this experiential phase with what is forgiveness. So we have to have a deeper understanding of what it is to forgive, because when we do forgive radically, it takes us into a direct experience of the truth. Okay, so number 2, happy to move on. You can read this one, Kim, in the alternative, which we just need to translate as we go. So we're waiting quiet, for I wait, quiet expectation.
Now we attempt to let the exercise be merely a beginning, for I wait in quiet expectation for my God and Father, or for pure formless awareness
For my
and source.
my source and source, for my my pure formless awareness of perfect love and source, I guess.
Yeah.
Pure formless awareness of perfect love and source to arise, maybe to arise in my experience.
That works.
Yeah, so it's my own awareness. Just waiting for I'm inviting that deepest awareness, my own awareness, into my awareness. And that is God. It's just your own deepest awareness and source to arise in my experience. So it becomes very experiential, much less conceptual. God is not conceptual, God is experiential. And he's pointing us to that in this second part of the workbook very, very directly. Okay, so
it is promised it will take the final step itself. We are sure its promises are kept. I have come far along the road and now we wait. Now I have come far along the road and now I wait for it. I will continue spending time with it each morning and at night, as long as it makes me happy. I will not consider time a matter of duration now. I use as much as I will need for the result that I desire. Nor will I forget my early remembrance in between, according to pure formless awareness of perfect love, when I have a need of it, as I am tempted to forget my goal.
yeah. Okay, so what's he saying here in summary?
So as part of the practice, I would sit in the silence waiting for the pure formless awareness experience as it's promised to take its final step itself. Basically, I'm sure, I know it's going to happen if its promises are kept. So I've come down this road far based on the practices of the undoing of ego. So I can't wait for this. I will still continue doing this practice in stillness every morning and every night, and hourly in between.
Well, as long as it makes me happy, that's quite a, instead of saying, okay, we'll do 15 minutes or whatever, he's saying, okay, well, it's up to you. As long as it makes you happy and you're feeling good, well, then extend the practice. And if you're feeling like, okay, it's time to end it, then, end it. So he's really putting us in charge, saying, okay, the training wheels are coming off a bit. It's an experience. And, as long as it makes you happy, it might be hours. In Sally's case, it was hours. She's just sitting and blissing out. So it
Yeah.
just depends. Yeah. Or you might only have 5 minutes, in which case, okay, well, I've got 5 minutes, so that's what I'll do. And it's very much up to me. In consultation with the Holy Spirit, of course, you ask for guidance. But there's no, okay, well, I have to do 15 minutes. It's like, okay, well, maybe it's 5, maybe it's 15. And I flow with it. It's like just kind of integrates into my life, and I flow with it. And maybe it's less rigorous, less rigid while I'm still doing it. It becomes more about, well, I actually I want this experience, connecting with pure formless awareness of perfect love. It's very a very nice experience. So why wouldn't I want to allow that by doing the practice? So we've a bit more advanced now than we were 220 days ago when we began, saying, okay, well, some of the training wheels can come off now, and have a bit more freedom to practice as you choose. But he's saying still practice hourly, and just spend as much time as works for you. And he's not denying that you won't be tempted to forget your goal. So practice to remind yourself of this overriding goal of wonderment. Okay, happy with number 2?
Yeah.
All right, so someone else can read number 3 in the alternative. Help me with the translation. Elaine, maybe?
Yeah. We will continue with central thought for all the days to come, and we will use the thought to introduce our times of rest and calm our minds at need. Yet we will not content ourselves with simple practicing in the remaining holy instants which conclude the year that was given God, that we have given God. Oh, do you want I?
Yeah,
I
I'll
have,
attend my.
oh, yeah. Myself with simple practicing in the remaining holy instants which conclude the year that I have given God. I say some simple words of welcome and expect my Father to reveal himself as he has promised. I have called on
Wait for me
him.
to catch you up. Just wait a minute. Only aware moments include the year that I have given your formless awareness, perfect love.
I say,
Some simple words of welcome.
and I expect my Father to reveal himself as he has promised. I have called on him, and he has promised that his Son will not remain unanswered when he calls his name.
Yes, 30th extension. And let's make it I call. I call. And its name, remember, we translate as. Remember?
No.
Anyone? What's the alternative translated word for name, capital name, the name of God. Anyone, John? Any idea?
I'm only thinking presence, actually, but I don't think that's it.
No, it's actually identity. It's the identity of, the name is the identity. The
Right.
name of God is the identity of
Yeah, it's a good
my
word.
true self. When I call on its identity, that's when I call on his name. Because a lot of people go, okay, well now I'm using words again, and I use the name of God as Jehovah or Yahweh or whatever, Allah, but that's not it, because that's not what he means by the capital name. It's actually the identity within me. So he's pointing us to the self, capital self, that is one with God. And the Christ within us that is inherently one with God. And that's the name of God. That's the identity, our true identity. So again, we change the language, it makes it much more practical. Okay, this is my own identity I'm calling on, not some conceptual name invented by the mind for this entity that seems to be outside of me, which is the traditional, view of God, some super being outside of you that has a name and is separate from you. Well, it's your own true identity. That's the mystic understanding of God, the universal truth. Okay, so Elaine, anything? What's he saying in number 3?
Well, we need to get to the central thought to introduce times of rest and calming the mind. But we won't content ourselves with simple practice.
Yeah.
Just using some simple words of welcome, but then allow the source to reveal itself, and words are no longer necessary after that.
Oh, so less words, short, sweet, to the point. This is very much in the tradition of the sutras, the Yoga Sutras and other sutras in the Eastern tradition, where it's a very short pointer. The Tao Te Ching is also sort of written in this sutra style. A short verse, and then the idea is you reflect on it, you contemplate it, and it shakes you into an experience, into an altered state of an experience. And it's not quantity. It's not like, well, I have to read the whole thing. It's like, okay, well, I can contemplate one verse, one sutra, and that's enough to take me into this direct experience of God. So hence, it becomes shorter, sweeter, to the point. These lessons in the second part of the workbook are 2 short paragraphs. So it's very much in line with the sutra idea of like, okay, it's a very short paragraph. The sutra is typically a sentence or 2. One short paragraph, not a whole long, like in the first, some of those lessons were 15 paragraphs long, because he's teaching us in it as part of the undoing of the ego. Now it's okay, well, let's just cut to the chase. Let's keep it very short and sweet, and help you to have the direct experience. So they are the entry point into the experience of truth. And of course, the more you do it, the more the practice, using the words, whatever the words are for the day, and setting the time aside becomes the entry point into this deeper experience. Okay, so let's go to number 4 then. John, if you can read this one for us kindly. Just wait a minute. I've got to just copy and paste it for some reason. Probably because it was So we've still got the review, but never mind. So now do we come to him?
Now do we come to him?
So just translate as you go.
Now do we come to it with but its word on our minds and hearts.
And
Now
the word is, do you remember what word is? What's the translation of word?
Message.
Yeah, well done. Message. It's message.
Now do we come to it with only its message in our minds and hearts.
Let's make it first person.
Yes,
Now
yes.
do I come to it?
Now do I
message.
come to it with only its message in my mind and heart?
How about in my awareness?
Yeah.
In my awareness, and the heart is really about feeling, isn't it?
Yeah.
In my awareness and feeling.
And wait for it to take the step to me that it has told me through its voice it would not fail to take when I invited it. It has not left his extension in all its madness. Nor betrayed its trust in it. Has not its faithfulness earned it the invitation that it seeks to make me happy?
Not its
Not
faithfulness.
its faithfulness earned it the invitation that it seeks to make me happy. I will offer it, and it will be accepted. So our times with it will now be, so our times with it will so be spent. Will now be spent.
My times.
So my times with it will now be spent. I say the words of invitation that its voice suggests, and then I wait for it to come to me.
To come to me. Just read it from the top. You don't mind, just to check we got the.
Now do I come to it with only its message in my awareness and feeling, and wait for it to take the step to me that it has told me through its voice it would not fail to take when I invited it. It has not left its extension in all its madness, nor betrayed its trust in it. Has not its faithfulness earned it the invitation that it seeks to make me happy? I will offer it, and it will be accepted. So my times with it will now be spent. I say the words of invitation that its voice suggests, and then I wait for it to come to me.
Yeah. So thoughts on that? What's he saying?
They're saying that I invite, as I open myself and invite spirit to come to me, so it will be, so it will acknowledge me and play its part with me.
Mm. 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 So it's always there, always there. It's with me, and it's going to be with me. Saying it's going to be with me in this, in my practice, and then I wait for it to come to me, trusting that it, because it's always there, it's going to reveal itself more and more to me. Okay, happy with that one. So that's number 5. Christine, do you want to read or just listen in? Okay, Christine's not answering. So let's cycle back to Kim then.
Now is the time of prophecy fulfilled. Now all ancient promises upheld and fully kept. No step remains for time to separate from its accomplishment. For now, I cannot fail. Sit silently and await upon my source. It has willed to come to me when I have recognized it is your will or my will. It does so. And I could have never come this far unless I saw, however dimly, that it is my will.
So will come as far unless I have it, unless I perceived, however dimly, that it is my own awareness. Never come this far unless I perceived, however dimly, that it is my own awareness I call upon. That's what he's meaning. Yeah? My own true awareness I call upon. So just read it from the top.
Now is the time of prophecy fulfilled. Now all ancient promises are upheld and fully kept. No step remains for time to separate from its accomplishment. For now I cannot fail. I sit silently and wait upon my source. It has willed to come to me. When I have recognized it, it is my will. It does so. And I could never come this far unless I perceived, however dimly, that it is my own true awareness I call upon.
So I think maybe time to separate me from its accomplishment. What do you think? No step remains for time to separate me from its accomplishment.
Yeah, that
I think it
does
needs a
sound
me there.
better. Mm.
Why is some promise?
Mm.
Yeah.
Makes more sense.
Time of prophecy fulfilled. So the prophecy will be fulfilled. Time to separate me from its accomplishment. Yeah, it needs a me, which I don't think it had in there. Did it have it in the original? Just gonna. No step remains. Yeah, separate from its accomplishment. Yeah, it needs a me there, definitely. For now I cannot fail. So what's he saying here in summary?
All the promises are being upheld. There's nothing standing between accomplishing my will, provided I will this, meaning I will it, and I wait for my source to answer, which source or pure formless awareness will surely do so. Even if it's at a small level, however dimly.
Mm.
And it says the last sentence, as I could never have come this far unless I perceived, which is adjusting my perception that I could perceive that I can will source to answer me.
It's my own true awareness I call upon, is how I translate it, that it is your will. It is my own true awareness I'm calling upon, which has always been there. It's just been neglected. I didn't know I had it. So
yeah,
I've been in a dream world, believing in all the false thoughts and emotions of the ego. So now I call upon my own true awareness. It can't fail to come because it's always been there. Always has and always will be there. So that's instead of I'm striving to grow into something, no, I'm just recognizing what's already there.
Yeah. So you translated my own true awareness to my will, meaning I'm not willing at all. So will is kind of wanting. So we're saying.
Well, what he means by your will there, your will is a noun, not a verb. He uses it in that sentence. It is your will he do so. Will is your awareness, really. It's talking about your awareness, your intention. Yes, is your will. But actually, we're getting out of wanting into being. So it's just your awareness.
Yeah. Okay.
It is my awareness. And so maybe we could even translate, is will to come to me when I've recognized that it is my it's difficult to translate because it's my will to do so. In this sense, it's a sense of my intention, my desire, my intention that it do so. But really what he's referring to, that it is your will, it's your own awareness. I'm calling upon my own true awareness. So I think we'll leave will there because it's difficult to translate when it's in that context. But in this one, that it is my will, it's my own true awareness I call upon.
Our own true being.
Yes, my own true awareness of true being that I call upon, which is now just coming back into my mind, and it's now starting to become more and more powerful and more of a call. There's something pulling me to this kind of awareness, to inviting more and more of this awareness in, and letting go of more and more of the ego. So as my awakening gains momentum, it's like that this will becomes overwhelmingly powerful. So there's the will of God. It's the fundamental awareness of that underlies everything. So it's the ultimate power. It starts calling me, and then if I'm listening to that call, I'm inspired. This is what being inspired means. the Spirit is in me, and it's inspiring my thoughts and my words and my actions. And if I then express that in the world, it's a powerful, inspiring energy that comes through me into the world. Okay, so I'm happy with that. Number 5, number 6 then. So, I think it's Elaine. Elaine, it's your turn to read. If you can read it in the alternative.
I am so close to you, we cannot fail.
So who's
Father-
the I there? Who's he? He's talking about Yeshua, isn't
Oh, yeah.
he? Yeshua is so close to me.
I cannot fail.
I cannot fail.
My
Give these
source,
holy times.
I give these holy times to you, Yeshua.
No, capitalize. Yeshua's he never capitalizes himself.
Oh,
So these holy aware times to it. Or to okay, well we're addressing it. It's in the prayer form of a prayer. So I guess we'd have to say you, because it's a direct prayer to your source.
yeah. In gratitude to him who taught me how to leave the world of sorrow.
Okay, interesting. So that switches from you to him, switching personally. Taught me how to leave the world of sorrow in exchange for replacement.
Given me by you.
Yeah, given to me by you.
We look not backward now, we look ahead and fix our eyes upon the journey's end. Accept these little gifts of thanks from me.
I look ahead and fix my eyes on the journey's end.
Accept
I
these
look
little
ahead. I look ahead to the journey's end. Accept these little gifts. Thanks from us. It's interesting. Through Christ's vision from who's the us he's referring to? Accept these little gifts of thanks from us. Must be referring to the whole sonship.
companions.
From
Companions.
Okay, from us, no. So it's a prayer to it's speaking to source. So accept these little gifts of thanks from us, being all of the sonship. So we'll make that me. As through Christ's vision, I perceive a world beyond the one. Beyond the one I made, and take that world to be the full replacement of my own. or replacement of perceive a world. So it's all pointing to another reality. So maybe a reality, perceive a reality beyond the world I made, and take that reality to be the full replacement of my own world. Okay, so I'll read that from the top.
Yeshua is so close to me that I cannot fail. My source, I give these holy aware times to you, in gratitude to you who taught me how to leave the world of sorrow in exchange for its replacement, given to me by you. I do not look backwards now, I look ahead to the journey's end. Accept these little gifts of thanks from me, as through Christ's vision, I perceive a reality beyond the world I made, and take that reality be the full replacement of my own world.
Or replacement of my own. It sounds better. Okay, so what's he saying here?
Well, we sort of morph into Jesus, Yeshua, we become him. So we no longer look backwards, or we now look to the journey's end, and we are now taking on Christ's vision and looking at the reality beyond the world that we had made and replacing it with our own, which is our own, meaning true self.
I'm going to translate that. I think it would be more meaningful, powerful to say, instead of Yeshua, my true self is so close to me now that I cannot fail.
Yeah, so that's where our wisdom's coming from, and our replacement.
He's just the symbol. Yeshua is the symbol of the true self, the Christ in the world, that we can all become. So when we say Yeshua, it's really his Christ, not Yeshua the man, Yeshua the Christ, who attained that Christ awareness, and then is a symbol of that Christ awareness for us in this world. That's what he means by Yeshua, so I am so close to you now. So it's really our own true self represented by him that is so close to me now. My true self, maybe we can even say that. My true self represented by Yeshua is so close to me now that I cannot fail. Okay, happy with that one.
Yeah.
Let's move on to number 7. And I think it's John again. John, if you can read 7 in the alternative for us, kindly.
Now I wait in silence, unafraid and certain of its coming. Of its coming.
No, you're coming. So it's not a prayer. You're actually addressing your source in this. And that can be a bit confusing, but yeah.
Yeah.
No, certain of your coming. So we're addressing our source in this prayer, really.
I have sought to find my way by following the guide you sent to me. I did not know the way, but you did not forget me. And I know that you will not forget me now. I ask but that your ancient promises be kept, which are your will to keep. I will with you in asking that. I will with you in asking this, the source and the extension whose holy awareness created all that is, can fail in nothing. In this certainty, I undertake these last few
Let's make
steps.
it holy will. Let's make it use pure formless awareness. Formless awareness created all it is, extends all it is, can fail in nothing. Maybe just cannot.
Cannot fail in anything.
Hmm.
In this certainty, I undertake these last few steps to you and rest in confidence upon your love, which will not fail the extension or calls to you.
No. Okay, read it from the top. You mind?
And now I wait in silence, unafraid and certain of your coming. I have sought to find my way by following the guide you sent to me. I did not know the way, but you did not forget me. And I know that you will not forget me now. I ask only that your ancient promises be kept, which are your will to keep. I will with you in asking this. The source and its extension, whose pure formless awareness extends all that is, cannot fail in anything. In this certainty, I undertake these last few steps to you and rest in confidence in your love, which will not fail the extension.
No.
So he's saying here that I is affirming that I wait patiently for connection with spirit and am rewarded.
Hmm. No, your ancient promises will be kept, and I'm going home. It's really the. Let me just copy a few more. How many paragraphs is this one? I think it's quite long. No, 11. Okay, it's got another 4 to go. So where are we now? 7, 7, 6. Okay, so that one. All right, so let's do paragraph 8. Kim, if you can read this one for us.
Sorry, I was
Alternative.
And so I start upon the final part of this one holy year, which I've spent. Is that right?
Make it wholly aware year. It's quite a nice phrase, that, isn't it? It's a wholly aware year
Yeah.
in practicing the course. One wholly
So I
aware year,
start upon,
which we've spent together.
and so I start upon the final part of this one wholly aware year, which I have spent together with Yeshua in a search for truth and pure formless awareness of perfect love.
Yeah, it's quite a nice idea. He's with us all the time, and he's our teacher. He's our guide. He's our teacher with us all the time. We spend it with him in the search for the ultimate truth, which reveals itself more and more as we go through the year.
Who is its one creator
Mm.
or extender?
Is its one source.
Which is
Creator
its one
source.
source? I have found the way it chose for us and made the choice to follow it as it would have us go, or have me go.
Yeah, chose for me. And the choice to follow it, found the way to follow it, the way as it wants me. To go. Hand has held me up. Hand is really support. It's support. His hand has held me up, and then the image is the hand holding you. Its support has maybe should we keep hand? Show support really works there. Its hand has held me up. Its thoughts have let the spelled, shall we say, the limited awareness of my mind. This love has called to me unceasingly since time began.
All right, I'll read it from the top.
Mm-hmm.
And so I start upon the final part of this one wholly aware year, which I have spent together with Yeshua in the search for truth and pure formless awareness of perfect love, which is its one source. I have found the way it chose for me and made the choice to follow it as it wants me to go. Its hand has held me up. Its thoughts have dispelled limited awareness of my mind. Its love has called to me unceasingly since time began.
Mm-hmm. What's he saying? Summary there.
So I'm embarking on the final part of the journey as through this year, which has been spent together closely with Yeshua, in search of pure formless awareness, which is a source that's always been there, So I found that my way, it chose for me. I'm following where it's going, but it is always there.
Mm.
Its love has called me unceasingly since time began. So it's just discovering what's already there on this journey.
The moment time began, that was, time was a product of the split in the mind. So time began when I split my mind and I went into this illusion. But from that moment, this source has always been there, reminding us of our true awareness that's beyond time.
So it's our perception of time, but it's just always there.
Yeah, exactly. That awareness, you could not exist without that awareness. It's the fundamental awareness that gives you life. It gives you any kind of existence whatsoever. And this is what people in the ego believe in the ego. Let's take scientific materialists as an example of that belief system. They really struggle with it, because how do you explain life? Where did it come from? And they go, well, it came from a product of various chemicals combining over billions of years to eventually evolve life, does it? Like, well, where did it all come from? So as Rupert Sheldrake says, his critique of it as well, modern science says, give us one free miracle, all matter and energy in the universe pops into existence spontaneously out of nothing, which we have no idea why that happened or how that happened, and then we just take it from there. and then you have a system that explains it from there. But it's like, but hang on, how did that come about then? Surely there must have been some pre-existing something for it to come out of, surely. Or it just spontaneously came out of nothing. They say, well, nothing is nothing. Well, maybe nothing, no thing, as we define it, is actually a reality. See? Maybe that is base reality, the ground of being. And then, this spontaneous emerging of matter and energy and time and space as a result is a departure from reality. So it's like there's this big void in the thought system because they don't go beyond time zero. And then, cosmologists get very nervous when you say, well, what's beyond time zero? Because they have no idea. As they admit, all our models, all our understanding breaks down at time zero. Time zero is timeless, i.e. eternal. It's eternity and infinity. There's no models. In all of their explanations of the universe stop there. And so they don't go there because it's the unknown. It's scary. But if they did, then they would find, the experience of what he's pointing us to, of God, of pure formless awareness, of perfect love arising in their own awareness. And they would realize that their science was just there to bring them to that awareness. That's the only point of it. But they overlook it. There was a classic moment. I listened to this talk by this highly intelligent quantum physicist, professor of quantum mechanics or applied physics or something at I don't know what his title was, at Cambridge. And he's giving this talk on the state of science, and he's going to quantum mechanics and cosmology, and he gets to the Big Bang eventually, and he says, well, at time zero, we actually have no idea at all what's happening there. All our models break down pretty much, and then doesn't pause and just carries on. Oh no, but actually, hang on. Like if you just stop there for a moment, got over all of your formulas and everything that happened subsequently, and just pause and contemplated that, maybe you would see that there's a profound truth there that you're just glossing over, as Churchill said. Most men sometimes stumble over the truth, but most hurry off as if nothing had ever happened. It was exactly what happened there. Yeah, he's pointing us to, ultimate truth beyond all illusions. Okay, so
Yeah.
So number 9. So Elaine, it's your turn.
We had a wish that God would fail to have the Son whom he created for himself. We wanted, you want the pure formless awareness, yeah. I wanted pure formless awareness to change himself and be what I would make of him.
Wait for me to catch you up. So a good illustration is because I'm doing this manually. This is how much time ChatGPT saves, because it does all this. Just didn't forgot to do it. So fail to have extension, whom it extends self by correct. But fail to have the extension, whom it extends. It created. Let's just go check it. The Son whom he created for himself. Okay. Son whom it extends. How about as itself? So it failed to have the extension, whom it extends as itself. Oh, that's good. I wanted
Pure formless awareness, perfect love. To change himself.
change itself.
And be what I would make of him.
I'll make of it.
And I believed that my insane desires were the truth. Now I am glad that this is all undone, and I no longer think illusions true. The memory of pure formless awareness of perfect love is shimmering across the wide horizons of our minds, of my mind.
What a nice image, shimmering across the wide and wide mind.
My mind. A moment more, and it will rise again. A moment more, and I, who are pure formless awareness of perfect love's sons, are safely home, where he would have me be.
Perfect love extension. Safely home, where wants me to be. I read it from the top.
I had a wish that pure formless awareness of perfect love would fail to have the extension whom it extends as itself. I wanted that pure formless awareness of perfect love to change itself and be what I would make of it. And I believed that my insane desires were the truth. Now I am glad that this is all undone and no longer think illusions are true. The memory of perfect love is shimmering across the wide horizons of my mind. A moment more, and it will arise again. A moment more, and I, who I am perfect love's extension, am safely home, where it wants me to be.
Okay, so you thought on that today?
Well, just about pure formless awareness, perfect love. We wanted it for what we thought we could make of it, and believed that it would, believed our insane desires were the truth. But now we realize that we are very pleased to know that we can undo and no longer think illusions are true. We can let this shimmer across our minds in each and every moment. And then we're safely back home.
They're saying here, it's already here. It's very, it's here. It's in your mind. It's already there. And it's just calling this experience, letting it arise in your experience. What's already there to become, much, much, much more powerful than it's ever been. And he's saying, not long to go now. You keep doing this, you're accessing your true awareness. You're returning home to your own true awareness, which is home. Okay. Happy with that. So number 10, second last paragraph. Okay, so is it John, I think. John, your turn. Now's the need for practice almost done.
Yeah. Now is the need for practice almost done. For in this final section, I will come to understand that I need only to call on pure formless awareness, and all temptations disappear. Instead of words, I need but feel its love. Instead of prayers, I need but call on his identity. On its identity.
All on its identity.
Call on its identity. Instead of judging, I need but be still and let all things be healed. I will accept the way pure formless awareness's plan will end as I receive the way it started. Now it is complete. This year has brought me to eternity.
Can I read that from the top?
Now is the need for practice almost done. For in this final section, I will come to understand that I need only call to pure formless awareness of perfect love, and all temptations disappear. Instead of words, I need only feel its love. Instead of prayers, I need only to call on its identity. Instead of judging, I need only to be still and let all things be healed. I will accept the way perfect love's plan will end, as I received the way it started. Now it is complete. This year has brought me to eternity.
Yeah. Lovely.
I think you mean
Lots of
need
saying.
in sentence 3, John. I think there's a sentence 3. I think it's I need only feel its love.
Yeah.
So he's saying here. So he's saying here that in the final stage of this letting go, it's all about affirming my connection with spirit and enjoying and being with the response that I get from that.
Yeah. A deeper awareness. Instead of prayers, and you don't need to call on its identity. So he's taking us into just this awareness, deeper awareness that this is our self, this is our true nature. And there's no. Did you watch the Samadhi 3 movie that Christine recommended?
I watched a little bit of it actually, I think, but yeah.
They called it the pathless path. He said, the more that he got into spiritual practice, he realized that, it's really just about being in that awareness, and all the practices facilitate that. But at some point, you got to let go of the practice and just be it. Hence the pathless path. After much journeying, much spiritual practice, to get there. So this is kind of what he's hinting at. Yeah. That the need for practice is almost done. Okay. You just are going to go into a state of deep awareness where no practice is required. Samadhi, the top level of the yogic tree, well, there's 8 limbs. Samadhi is like the ultimate attainment. There's no practice anymore. The others are practices, and you've got to do this and this to get somewhere. And then Samadhi's like, well, I am there. So I just stay there. The need for practice is done. Yeah, so that's where he's taking us to. And just saying, look, that's what's coming. So keep practicing, and this is going to be your experience. He has brought me to eternity, which is a good use of a year. 1 year in time brings you to eternity. It's that's profound. All right, so let's do number 11, last one of the introduction. I think it's Kim's turn again.
Okay. One further use for words I still retain. From time to time, instructions on a theme of special relevance will intersperse my daily lessons and the periods of wordless deep experience which should come afterwards. These special thoughts should be reviewed each day, each one of them to be continued till the next is given you They should be slowly read and thought about a little while, preceding one of the holy and blessed instants in the day. We give the first of these instructions now.
So these are the, I call them inserts. It's like an insert between every 10 lessons from now on. He sticks in an insert, which answers a question. 5 paragraphs, they answer a question. So he's saying, well, read this first and then go into your lesson.
Okay.
Receiving one of the holy, aware, blessed moments in the day. So you choose, when do you want to do it? Morning's a good time, but you could do it in the evening, you could do it in the middle of the day. Say, okay, I'm gonna read this and just use it for reflection and contemplation. So this kind of practice he's giving us is well known in spiritual practice. It's called contemplation. Contemplatio, they called it in Latin. It's a contemplation of some text, usually spiritual in nature, that then takes you into an altered state. It's kind of a form of meditation. Oh, there's Christine rejoining us. That's nice. So the first of these instructions follows. Hi, Christine, welcome back. Follows now. Just read it from the top, make sure that the translation correct.
I still retain one further useful words. From time to time, instructions on a theme of special relevance will intersperse my daily lessons. And the periods of wordless, deep experience, which should come afterwards. These special thoughts should be reviewed each day, each one of them to be continued till the next is given to me. They should be slowly read and thought about a little while, preceding one of the holy, aware, and blessed moments in the day. The first of these instructions follows now.
So that's a nice lead into the rest of it, which is this first insert. Which answers the question, what is forgiveness, or what is letting go, in our translated language. So we can go straight into that. It's just pause my recording, start a new recording quickly, and yeah, so anyone need a break, or are you happy to go into 5 paragraphs of this and then a lesson? Just 2 paragraphs, another 7. Okay, should we carry on? Let's do number 1, which has been it's all been translated, fortunately. Christine, do you want to read for us, or just listen in? Okay, Christine's not responding, so let's try John or Elaine. It's one of your turns. Elaine?
Yeah. Alternative?
Yeah, so forgiveness. I think read it in the original and then the alternative line by line, just so we get the translations. Forgiveness becomes letting go.
Yeah.
So
Forgiveness recognizes what you thought your brother did to you and has not occurred. Letting go recognizes what I thought my companion did to me has not occurred. It does not pardon sins and make them real. And that's the same. It sees there are no sin. It perceives there was no sin. And in that view are all your sins forgiven. And in that view, all my sins let go of. What is sin except a false idea about God's Son? What is sin except a false idea about pure formless awareness of perfect love's extension? Forgiveness merely sees falsity and therefore lets it go. Letting go merely perceives its falsity and therefore lets it go. What then is free to take its place is now the will of God. What then is free to take its place is now the pure formless awareness of perfect love.
Okay. So
It's just about the letting go and forgiveness. What we thought our companions had done has actually not occurred. It doesn't pardon our sins and make them real. It sees them, perceives them with no sin. So we have to let them go because they're not real. And then we need to take exchange it to pure formless awareness of perfect love and realize it's just false.
Yeah, there was no sin, right? It never happened. This is radical forgiveness. Does not pardon sins and make them real. So this would be some kind of attempted compassionate forgiveness. You know, I'll try and pardon the sin and make it real. It just perceives there is no sin. This is unreal. This never happened. And in that perception, I have let go of all my sins. Because if there's no sin, then I'm sinless, I'm innocent. It's not possible for me to be sinful, you see. But if I make someone else sinful and guilty, then so can I be. So as you do unto others, you do unto yourself. It's just the fundamental law of mind. In that perception, I've let go of all my sins. And what is sin except a false idea of perfect love's extension? Just to refresh, is this totally false idea that the separation has really happened. Separation has happened. Now you think you've destroyed love, created something else to replace it, and you feel guilty and sinful. And it's a totally false idea. Totally unreal. That's the basis of forgiveness. And he perceives its falsity, therefore lets it go. It says, well, whatever its consequences are, whatever seems to have happened because of sin, the guilt, the sin, the fear, the attack, accusation, blame, complaint, sickness, suffering, and death, etc., all of that is unreal because sin is unreal.
What happened?
Why? Because the separation never happened. Yeah, no problem, Kim. So maybe you want to read one more paragraph for us?
I'm really fading, John. I'm just about to click off now.
Yeah, it's so short.
I'm
It's
about
an unforgiving thought. Tiny
Wow.
paragraph. Read.
Okay. An unforgiving thought is one which makes a judgment that I will not question, although it is not true. My mind is closed and will not be released. An unforgiving thought protects projection, tightening its change so that its distortions are more veiled and more obscure, less easily accessible and to doubt, and further kept from reason. What can come between a fixed projection and the aim that I have chosen as its wanted goal?
So what's he saying there?
It's just if you make a thought, ego, that it's a projection from perception and it's unforgiving and it's in judgment.
Yeah. So the projection perception mechanism gets tightened, tightening its chains, tightening its maybe we can call it bonds. What's happening? Tightening its let's get rid of this, maybe that'll help. Tightening its bonds. So that distortions are more veiled, more obscure, less easily accessible to doubt, and further kept from reason. So the projection perception mechanism of the ego is strengthened whenever we don't forgive. So we hold on, we attach, we judge. That whole projection perception mechanism that keeps the mind enslaved is strengthened and reinforced, and we don't go home. We don't wake up. But as soon as you let that go and you say these projections aren't real, I'm not going to judge them as real, you weaken the separate self that's made up this projection perception mechanism, and you start healing the mind, which is what forgiveness does. Does it make sense?
Yeah, makes sense.
Okay. You can go now. Thanks. Thanks for joining.
Good night, everyone. Thanks.
Yeah, nice to see you again.
Okay.
All right. Speak soon.
Bye.
Good night, Kim.
Good night. Night.
All right, then.
Yeah.
Okay, so moving on to number 3, an unforgiving thought.
An unforgiving thought does many things. In frantic action, it pursues its goal, twisting and overturning what it sees as interfering with its chosen path. Distortion is its purpose and the means by which it would accomplish it as well. It sets about its furious attempts to smash reality without concern for anything that would appear to pose a contradiction to its point of view.
There's just a point here, like I haven't managed to come up with a decent translation for unforgiving, which is why I've kept it. So, because unletting go doesn't really work, does it? So an unletting go thought, an unforgiving thought.
No.
A thought, you could say a thought that does not let go is one which makes a judgment that I will not question.
I think an unforgiving thought is fine, actually.
Yeah, it doesn't really flow as well if you break it. So I think we'll just keep unforgiving in this case. Okay, so what's he saying in number 3?
So he's saying that unforgiving thoughts will wreck our progress because they do all they can to disturb our peace of mind and undo the good work we've done.
And distortion, that's it. It distorts reality. Distortion is its purpose, the means by which it will accomplish it, by which it so these unforgiving thoughts distort reality. So it's about its furious attempts to smash reality. It's quite dramatic, isn't it? So
Yeah, it's very colorful.
I'm concerned for anything that would appear to pose a contradiction to this point of view. So images of some uncontrolled maniac just trying to smash things, destroy things without any concern, or anything that would say, "Hey, hang on, hold it! What are you doing? You're crazy. Why are you trying to destroy everything?" Okay, so happy with number 3.
Yeah.
Number 4 then, and then
Letting go, on the other hand, is still and quietly does nothing. It offends no aspect of reality, nor seeks to twist it to appearances I like. It merely looks and waits and does not judge. I who would not let go must judge, for I must justify my failure to let go. But I who would let go of my separate self must learn to welcome truth exactly as it is.
thoughts on that?
Well, letting go is just quiet, doing nothing, absolutely nothing, no offending. It is just as it is, doesn't twist anything. It looks and waits without judging. And yeah, just letting go of the separate self and welcoming the truth exactly as it is.
And he looks, waits, and does not judge. So this is the awareness we talk about. You just look, you observe. What observes instead of looks? It merely observes. So you become the observer or the witness. Waits and does not judge. So if you're in that quiet observer state, you're practicing forgiveness. Still quietly does nothing, just observes, waits, does not judge, because it knows that judgment is foolish. Judgment takes you into the ego. But I who would not let go must judge. You do not, shall we say, you do not want to let go, must judge. I must justify my failure to let go. If you look at it, whenever you don't let go, what are you doing? You're judging, aren't you? Judgment in the condemnatory sense, not discernment of, okay, I'm just seeing the ego for what it is and not reacting. But I'm actively judging something as real. Judgment makes things real. There's an element of condemnation in it because I'm judging that this can hurt. I can be hurt or I can hurt others. Judgment's always condemnatory in nature. So if I'm not letting go, then I'm in judgment, and then I'm in an illusion. I must justify my failure to let go by my judgment. Well, I can't let go because my judgment is valid. My judgment is real. And I who want to form my separate self must learn to welcome truth exactly as it is. So I can't distort it, change it, manipulate it, do anything to it. It just is what it is. And I must learn to welcome, recognize it exactly as it is, which is a hallmark of a perennial philosophy. The truth is already there. It is as it is, and it's only a recognition of it's been lacking. And letting go restores that recognition to your mind systematically and progressively the more you let go. Okay, any other thoughts on number 4?
No, that's clear. Thank you.
Okay, number 5, John, can you read that for us?
I do nothing then and allow letting go to show me what to do. Through my guide, my awakener and protector, strong in hope and certain of my ultimate success. I have never been condemned, but only loved by this loving presence. For such is its function, given to it by pure formless awareness of perfect love. Now I must share its function and let go of all condemnation towards pure formless awareness of perfect love's extension that it has awakened, whose innocence it perceives and whom it honors as the extension of pure formless awareness of perfect love.
Okay, let's read that from the top. I think we're pretty good, but read it one more time and then quick summary.
I do nothing then and allow letting go to show me what to do. Through my guide, my awakener and protector, strong in hope and certain of my ultimate success. I have never been condemned, but only loved by his loving presence. Such is its function, given to it by pure formless awareness of perfect love. Now I must share its function and let go of all condemnation towards perfect love's extension that it has awakened, whose innocence it perceives and whom it honors as the extension of perfect love.
Now, what's he saying there?
So he's saying once I let go, I can allow the correction to happen through me quite naturally, because I will be guided as to what to do. And peace will return.
Yeah, must accept this function. Awakening. Honor myself and everyone as we truly are. Perfect love's extension. Okay, so that was the lead-in, the insert as I call it. It's 5 short paragraphs. So the idea is that you read that at least once a day before you practice the lesson as a lead-in to it, a preparation for it. Okay, so that brings us to the to the very short lesson. And let me just start the recording. So I split these up. Okay, so this is lesson 221. Peace to my mind, and all my thoughts be still. Just 2 short paragraphs. Elaine, if you want to read the first one.
Is that the alternative, yeah?
Mm.
My source, I come to you today to seek the peace that you alone can give. I come in silence, in the quiet of my heart, the deep recesses of my mind. I wait and listen for your voice. My source, speak to me today. I come to hear your voice in silence and in certainty and love. Sure, you will hear me call and answer me.
So, what's he saying there?
Just have faith in the source, and in that you will find all the peace that you want.
Mm.
The quiet, but the voice is silent, so you have to listen very carefully.
Mm. When we go into silence, then in this voice, which doesn't always speak, it's not using words, but it's a presence. It's more of a feeling, a presence.
Yeah.
Comes in, and sometimes it can give you guidance. You can have a thought that arises, but it's deeper than whatever thought it gives rise to, because it's the very essence of the being, which is silent and still, that you are. So you'll hear my call and answer me. So you're calling upon this deepest part of your own being, your own awareness. And it will answer, because it's your own true awareness. And it's been denied for so long. So when you start calling on it, it goes, oh, okay. And suddenly, this is game on here. We're finally, he or she's starting to listen and invite me back in to awareness, because we've blocked it out of our awareness. So we're calling upon it to come back into our awareness and to become our thought system, to become the basis of another thought system. That's the invitation. And we'll take you out of this one, the egoic one. It's insane, and you're back home to pure formless awareness of perfect love, total peace and joy and bliss. So the prayer is really calling upon it in the prayer, aren't you? You're calling on your own true awareness. It's not outside of you. I'm calling on God somewhere outside of me to save me. I'm calling on this awareness, which is right here now, to arise in me right here now and show itself to me, and give me an experience of it that is different from my normal experience. Okay. Happy with number 1?
Yeah, that's good.
So number 2, last one of the lessons. These lessons are very short. Now waiting quiet.
Now I wait in quiet. Pure formless awareness of perfect love is here because I wait together with Yeshua. It will speak to me and I will hear. I accept his confidence, for it is mine. Our minds are joined. I wait with one intent, to hear my source's answer to my call, to let my thoughts be still and find its peace, to hear it speak to me of what I truly am, and to reveal itself to its extension.
Hmm. Yeah, lovely. And so, we can talk about it and say, well, what's it really about? But actually, it's more experiential, isn't it? It's experiential. He's pointing us to. It's meant to be meditated on, contemplated on, and to take you into this state that it's pointing to. So we're going beyond, intellectual understanding to an experience that the words are designed to facilitate for you. Which is what we can do now, if you like. So we do a meditation, and then I'm happy to continue, but if you, want to go, it'll be 10 o'clock, close to 10 o'clock by the time we finished. Then, that's fine. We'll end the session there. There's 8 paragraphs or 9 paragraphs of text to do, which will take us probably another hour to an hour and a half at least.
I'd rather carry on with the text, actually, John, but what does Elaine? See what Elaine wants.
Elaine?
I don't mind.
Right.
Yeah, I'll continue with the text.
Well, it's such a beautiful thing to meditate on. That's the idea, So it's
Yes.
have the experience. We'll keep it short, maybe 10 minutes, just on the on this lesson. So, because that's what this whole section, this whole new thing is about. This whole new part of the workbook is about. It's about the experience. So,
Yeah.
shall we do a quick meditation and then we can go into the text? All right.
Yeah.
So, just making yourself comfortable. Sitting feet shoulder apart, your back straight, cup your hands in your lap. Close your eyes and start off with a nice deep breath in through the nose. Breathing in, noticing how the stomach rises and the chest rises. Subtle flow of air in through the nostrils. Clench your sphincter muscle to lock the energy in. Pull the energy up your spine into your heart center, to the crown of your head. Just pausing at the top of the inhale, so it's a maximal inhale breath. Scan your mind. And just notice any thoughts, any emotions, related body sensations going on. Particularly anything that feels at all negative, negative, limiting, contracted, constricting in any way, shape, or form. Remind yourself of today's lesson. Peace to my mind. Let all my thoughts be still. So watch wherever thoughts are going on. Breathe into them, take another sip of air in. And the breath is just cleaning them. It's the breath of fresh air in your mind, cleaning the cobwebs out. And then just let it go with the help of your breath, whatever the negative thoughts and emotion is. Remind yourself that there is peace in my mind. I'm at peace. And all my thoughts be still. And exhale. Exhale, just blow it all out. And breathe your breath to the nothingness that it really is. It's going, gone. From the stomach into the spine. And rest in this peace. And now say this prayer out loud, ideally to yourself as I read it to you. Just repeat after me. Breathe in as I speak the words, and then as I exhale, you exhale. And so take a nice deep breath in. Pause to listen. So read in the alternative version. So my source. I come to you today to seek the peace that you alone can give. And exhale as you repeat those words. My source, I come to you today to seek the peace that you alone can give. In the end, I come in silence. So as you repeat those words, let the words point you into the state they describe, a state of silence, stillness in your mind. Breathe in again. The quiet of my heart, the deep recesses of my mind. I wait and listen for your voice. Breathe in again. My source, speak to me today. Speaks to you in the silence. Stillness into which you seek to enter deeper and deeper, going deeper and deeper into the stillness and silence. And my soul, speak to me today. Come to hear your voice in silence. Certainty and love. Sure, you will hear my call and answer me. Breathing in again. So now I wait in quiet. From the awareness of perfect love is here, because I wait together with Yeshua. So breathe in this perfect love, pure formless awareness of perfect love. Acknowledge its beingness, its existence in you. Pure formless awareness of perfect love is here. Breathe it in, embrace it. Pure formless awareness of perfect love is here because I wait together with Yeshua. He represents my true self. So we wait together. Will speak to me and I will hear. I accept his conference, Yeshua's conference. I accept his conference, for it is mine. It's Yeshua's conference. So breathe it in and feel this conference permeating through your mind. Our minds are joined. I wait with one intent, to hear my source's answer to my call, to let my thoughts be still and find its peace. To hear it speak to me of what I truly am. And to reveal itself to its extension. To hear this voice speak to you of what you truly are and reveal itself to you as its extension. And the next. Let it speak to you, let it guide you, let it heal you. Nothing else to go, nothing else to do, nothing else to think about. Breathe, relax, be still, and surrender into the peace of God, peace of perfect love that lies there always and is beyond all your thoughts. Still your thoughts, and let go, and you're just sinking inwards. Observe the breath into this deep state of peace. Nothing else to go, nothing else to do, just breathe, relax. Observe the breath flowing in and out through your nostrils, get into nice rhythm, let that take you into this deep, calm, surrendered state. Any thoughts come in, just seem to disturb, just be peace. Find yourself on the lesson, peace to my mind. All my thoughts. And all my thoughts be still. And just blow it out. Any disturbance, breathe in and just release it and exhale like a dark cloud, leaving you black smoke. It's going, gone. Just gently coming back. In this deep state of awareness, ease into an awareness of the body and the breath, and the senses and the world. And on the count of 3, you open your eyes. So 1, just breathing in. Noticing how the stomach rises and the chest rises. Subtle flow of air in through the nostrils. You pause at the top of the inhale. Do a little scan of your mind again. And just notice any thoughts, emotions, related body sensations. Breathe into them. Remind yourself that I'm at peace. Peace to my mind. Let all my thoughts be still. You exhale and release them. Count of 2, notice how the air flows out. Chest and the stomach suck back in, the energy slides back down from the crown of your head, down the front channel of your body, into rest in your stomach and your groin. And feel on the count of 2 the weight of your body pressing down into the chair, and you touching the ground. Noticing what you're feeling, your hands touching. Maybe there's a subtle taste in your mouth, smell in your nose. Notice what you're hearing, surrounding environment. Just noticing all these things from this very still, calm, and surrendered state. State of mind in which there are no illusions, just peace. Be aware of that peace, anchor that peace in, set the intention to stay in this peace for the rest of the evening, on into tomorrow. So it is said and so it is done. And now on the count of 3, open your eyes. So just take a moment, look around, observe what's going on around you in this very calm, clear, peaceful awareness. There's no judgment, just as it says, forgiveness simply merely looks, waits, and judges not. So you just observe, an observer state, very quiet, very present, and you judge, don't judge anything. Notice if you don't judge anything, that this piece is there, always in your awareness. You close your eyes, it's there. You open your eyes, it's there. Look around, whatever object. It's really the same peaceful awareness underlies it all. So you're teaching yourself that awareness is always there, can always be relied on, and is in fact your true nature and true reality, which is the purpose of all spiritual practice, is to teach you that. So I hope this meditation has helped you learn that experientially, and sets the tone for many more experiences like this to come in the second part of this workbook, which we've just embarked on. So that brings us to the end of the meditation. Okay, so So we can go into some text now, if you like. Go on, Elaine, you up for that?
I'll see how I get
Text.
on, Jono. It's getting a bit late now, so
Yeah. Right. So I don't know, Mike, if you want to drop off now. You want to do a few paragraphs.
I'll do 2 paragraphs.
Okay. Elaine, you want to stay with us for a bit?
I'll just see how I go, yeah, because I'm, like I say, fading a bit.
Okay. Let's jump into it, shall we? This one is called "For They Have Come." For they have come. Section 9 of chapter 26. We're on to. So I want to read. Which one of you wants to read?
Yeah, I'm happy to read.
Okay. Might be useful to read this. There's quite a lot to translate, so read in the original and the alternative.
Think but how holy you must be, from whom the voice of God calls lovingly unto your brother, that you may awake in him the voice that answers your call. Think but how innocent I must be, from whom the voice of pure fullness, awareness, perfect love calls lovingly unto my companion, that I may awake in him the voice that answers to my call.
Companions, should I say? Companions. So that I may awaken, I think would be better. So may awaken in them the voice that answers to my call. To my call, or just answers my call?
I think answers my call.
It's better, yeah. Think how innocent I must be, from whom the voice for pure fullness, awareness, perfect love calls lovingly to my companions, so that I may awaken them a voice that answers my, how about my own call? So what's he saying in that one?
Well, I think it's saying that is saying I can learn a lot by understanding that Spirit speaks to me through my companions in order to try and awaken me.
So this voice, how innocent must I be, from whom the voice for pure fullness, awareness, of perfect love calls lovingly to my companion. So I become a channel for this presence. So it expresses through me to my companions, so that I may awaken in them the voice that answers my own call, the same voice that's speaking through me, It answers my own call, speaks to me. I awaken it in them. And it answers my own call as part of this process, because I can't give it without receiving it.
And what's the point of the innocent, the use of the word innocent? I think how innocent I must be.
How holy was that? So we translate generally as, well, there's three alternatives. Sometimes wholly aware, context works. How innocent or how pure.
I think wholly aware or pure is better than innocent.
I think so. How about talking about a bit of degree of power here, powerfully aware. How powerfully aware I must be.
Yeah, that's good, yeah.
Because there's a sense of power coming through.
Yeah, I think
Powerfully aware I must be.
I must be from whom the voice of pure formless awareness, perfect love calls lovingly to my companions, so that I may awaken in them the voice that answers my call. Yeah.
That works. Mm.
Yeah.
So I think sometimes the translations, with holy, it's context specific as well.
It is.
It has a different meaning. The same word, different meaning in different contexts. So it's not just one size fits all.
Yeah.
Okay. So number 2, think how
holy he must be when in him sleeps your own salvation, with his freedom joined. And think how innocent he must be when in him sleeps my awakening, with his freedom joined.
So we need to use the same.
Yeah.
Think how wholly aware he must be.
Wholly aware he must be when in him sleeps my awakening, with his.
Say they, because we've pluralized companions. They must be when my awakening. So when again, sometimes we translate salvation as freedom, or sometimes as awakening. When my awakening, in him sleeps your own salvation. Yeah, on awakening. So only aware they must be when my awakening sleeps in. My awakening sleeps in them. I think my freedom would be better there.
It would.
My freedom sleeps in them. And then he talks about freedom. With their sleeps in them, with their freedom joined. Sleeps in them, joined with their freedom. Okay, number 3.
However much I wish to be, however much I wish to be condemned, pure formless awareness of perfect love is in him. However much I wish they be condemned, pure formless awareness of perfect love is in them. And never will I know it is in me as well, while I attack its chosen home, and battle with its host.
And I will even though it is in me as well, while I attack its chosen home and battle with its host.
Yeah, that's okay.
Mm-hmm.
I regard it gently. I regard them gently. Yeah.
Mm.
I look with loving eyes on him who carries my true self within him, that I may behold his glory and rejoice that the state of pure formless awareness is not separate from me.
I just read that from the top, in your mind.
I think how powerfully aware I must be from whom the voice of pure formless awareness of perfect love calls lovingly to my companions, so that I may awaken in them the voice that answers my own call. And think.
What do you think? Consider instead of think? Then consider.
Yeah. And think how wholly aware they must be when my freedom sleeps in them, joined with their freedom. However much I wish they be condemned, pure formless awareness of perfect love is in them. And I will never know it is in me as well while I attack its chosen home and battle with its host. I regard them gently. I look with loving eyes on them who carry my true self within them, so that I may behold their glory and rejoice that the state of pure formless awareness is not separate from me.
Host will never know. Will never know it is in me as well while I attack its chosen home and battle with its host. With his host. So I'm the host then of pure formless awareness of perfect love, but I do battle with it. Do we keep it as host?
I think so. Yeah, it's okay with me.
A host of perfect love. Guide them gently, with loving eyes on them who carry my true self within them. Carry, maybe bear, have rather than carry. You have my true self within them. And behold their glory and rejoice that the state of pure formless awareness is not separate from me. How about that I am not separate from state of pure formless awareness. Okay.
Yeah.
What's he saying there?
He's asking us to realize that, well, he's reminding us again that as long as we hold grievances against our companions, then we do not We do not connect with the spirit within ourselves, and we do not allow them to teach us what we need to know to awaken for our own awakening.
Yeah, I think it's well said. I must regard them gently. I must look with loving eyes on them, even if they seem to be fast asleep, even if they seem to be attacking and condemning and hating and doing unconscious things. They are still, however much I wish they be condemned. So your ego will want to condemn them. This awareness is still in them, and nothing can remove it. So I regard them, gently in this awareness. And I look with loving eyes on them and my true self within them. I may behold their glory, their, take that as magnificence. Rejoice that I'm not separate from the state of pure formless awareness. As I see them, I see myself, and that takes me home back to that state of pure formless awareness, essentially. And this is one of the key emphases of the course is, you attain your enlightenment through your correct perception of your brother, through your holy relationship with them. Okay, happy to move on to number 2.
Yeah.
You can read that one, Elaine.
It is too much to ask. A little trust for him who carries my true self to me, that I may let go of all my sins, and left without a single one I cherish still. Forget not that a shadow held between my companion and myself obscures the face of my true self and memory of pure formless awareness of perfect love. And would I trade them for an ancient hate? The ground whereon I stand is innocent ground, because of them who, standing there with me, have blessed it with their innocence and peace.
Okay, translation. Do not forget. So, between my opinions and myself obscures the face of my true self. Face is translation.
Don't know.
John, any ideas?
No, I'm not sure about that one.
But again, it's identity. It's the identity. Obscures the identity of my true self. The memory of.
Yeah, you used that word before, didn't you? Name was identity as well.
Yeah.
Face
It
and
looks
name,
like
all right.
the face of the face, the identity, name, face of Christ, typically he says. The name of God and the face of Christ. Those are the traditional course terms.
Yeah.
Both point to an identity, the identity of my true self, and the identity of perfect love. Pure formless awareness, perfect love. And a shadow would be a false belief. And a false belief held between my companions and myself obscures the identity of my true self and memory of perfect love. My memory of perfect love. So that false belief that obscures it. You know, you said, Elaine, that that shadow that you experienced today when you saw. No, it wasn't you. It was Christine.
Oh yeah.
Christine said she saw some people from 2-3 years ago. She'd helped, and she wanted to run away. I'm like, oh, I don't want to know those people. So that's a shadow. That's a false belief held between my companions and myself, obscures the identity of my true self and my memory of perfect love.
Oh well, the same happened to me in the supermarket. I saw it.
Yeah, that's right. You did.
Yeah, so both of us, we both
she had the same thing. So I thought, you saw
dear.
someone in the supermarket, exactly, and you didn't want to.
It
was like a shadow. That's what he's talking about. He says a shadow.
I know.
It's something that kind of comes over you, and seems to separate you.
Yeah.
Obscures the identity in that moment of my true self and my memory of perfect love. So if you think back to how you felt then, you felt disconnected, didn't you? From
I did, yes,
your true self. It puts you into a separated state. The identity of your true self's obscured. The memory of perfect love is gone, and you're now very much in separation. I'm a separate person trying to avoid this other person, and I need to just get out of here. Go out, get out of the supermarket as soon as possible.
Yeah.
All of which is a shadow arising to obscure the reality that you are the same as her.
Yeah.
So you're really just running away from yourself.
So what I should have done was gone to say hello to her, shouldn't I?
Yeah. So okay, do the opposite of what the ego wants you to do. That's always a good rule of thumb.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, so I really don't want to, but there's enough awareness in you to realize what's going on. This is just your ego's resistance.
Yeah.
So go into the resistance. Do what it doesn't want you to do.
Yeah.
It wants you to run away, turn around, walk towards it, and face it.
Yeah.
And then you confront the ego directly, and you undo it as you face it. Because a direct approach, and you go, okay, so I'm going to make an effort. I'm going to smile. Actually, it could have been a holy encounter.
Yeah.
Could have had a really lovely holy encounter with her, which would have enriched both of you. And who knows what might have come from it? You might have reconnected, become friends. A whole relationship could have developed, but that won't happen because you didn't confront.
I didn't.
Maybe you get another chance. You don't know, but maybe you could reach out to her. I'm sure you could find her on social media, and you could reach out to her and find her. But so maybe you should do that. It's not too late. Reach out to her. Say, I just happened to see you in the supermarket, and I was whatever, just really rushed, so I didn't have a chance to chat. But it would be great to connect. Why don't we sit down? Why don't we have a coffee together or something?
She should be thinking I'm after something.
Maybe, but really, what you're doing is for you. You see.
No, yes, I hear what you're saying.
You're doing it for your own awakenings. It's not really about what she thinks. You might be pleasantly surprised. She might say, okay, let's meet up and have a coffee. And even if she says no, it doesn't matter because it's for you. You did it for your own healing of that shadow.
Yeah. I can do better next time.
Yeah. So next time that experience, and then you bring it to the light, and you realize it was just a mistake.
Yeah.
And you don't beat yourself up for it. You went in the moment, the ego got the better of you, and it took charge and directed your thoughts and actions. So you didn't connect with her, and you left the supermarket as soon as you could.
Yeah.
Rather than confronting it and saying, well, actually, this is a great opportunity to confront this shadow, this false belief.
Yeah.
And bring love, and connect with her and affirm the truth that I am one with her. And the most powerful form of doing that is to actually act on it. Right? So remember, an action, words and particularly actions are the most powerful form of affirmation. Because you're saying, yes, I believe this. By my words, by my actions, I believe this. So this is how we learn these lessons, by speaking and then acting on them. And that's the whole path he's giving us. He's saying, you're not going to sit in a cave and do this. You're going to engage in the world, but you're going to do it in a forgiving way that lets go of these shadows, these false beliefs, and systematically awakens you. Okay. So anything else on that one? Would I trade them on an ancient hate? Ground whereon I stand is innocent ground because of them who's standing there with me and blessed with their innocence and peace. Yeah. Quite beautiful. It's innocent because everyone is innocent. We stand together in innocence and peace. Even if on the surface level, there doesn't seem to be very much of that because the person's asleep. Underneath it, their true awareness is just innocence and peace. Okay.
Yeah.
Thoughts on that? So we're happy to move on.
Yeah. Good paragraph.
Okay. Number 3, John, happy to carry on?
Yeah. Blood of hatred fades to let the grass grow green again, and let the flowers grow white and sparkling in the summer sun. What was a place of death has now become a living temple in a world of pure formless awareness. Because of them, it is their presence which has lifted innocence again to take its ancient place upon an ancient throne. Because of them, have corrections sprung up as grass and flowers on the barren ground that hate had scorched and rendered desolate. What hate has wrought what hate has wrought have they undone. And now I stand on ground so innocent, the state of pure formless awareness leans.
Let me just catch up to you. So they haven't done what hate has made. Sort of shades of, you're almost thinking, obviously he does know, he knows a lot of history. Shades of kind of World War I, really, isn't it? You think of those dreadful, trenches where all that hatred and death and suffering occurred, and then afterwards, now they're green fields and meadows, and the grass grows green again, the flowers sparkle in the summer sun. Have you ever been to visit them?
Actually, yeah.
Or was it like that? Was it like, grass and green, and you really couldn't tell what had gone on there?
Well, yeah, I mean, what they've done is they've kind of either preserved or recreated some of the trenches, but the rest of it is all green fields.
Yeah. Mm. Mm. It's a sort of a kind of allusion to that, I think.
Yeah, I mean, if you walk where the Somme took place, you know, where the whole landscape was a wilderness, that is pretty much extensive farmland again now.
Mm. Mm. So it's, you know, it's all covered over and healed 100 years later, which is kind of what he's sort of he's using that worldly analogy, you know, which we could sort of understand, to point us to the eternal, as an analogy for the eternal healing of this entire world. The presence which has lifted innocence again to take its ancient place upon an ancient throne, an ancient translation for throne. He doesn't use that very often. He does use it occasionally. Throne. So ancient seat.
Ancient home.
I think position, maybe. What do you think? Ancient position. Take its ancient place upon an ancient position. Doesn't really work. Ancient place. Instead of upon, maybe just say in. An ancient position. Ancient place. In an ancient position. Which that what he's talking about is yourself, you know, your self-concept. Innocence again, you know, takes its rightful place in this ancient position that stretches back before time was made. You happy with position?
Yeah.
Yeah, because of them, corrections have sprung up. And the them is, so you're referring to blood of hatred. What was a place of death has now become a living temple of them. So that refers to the previous paragraph. So the identity of my true self, my memory of perfect love. So what he's talking about is, make it remembrance, is the Christ, true self, and the Holy Spirit, remembrance of perfect love. That's them. So because of them, these twin kind of powers, entities in me, miracles have sprung up because of them. Their presence, which has lifted innocence again to take its ancient place in an ancient position, which has restored innocence to take its ancient place in an ancient position again. Because of them, corrections have sprung up as grass and flowers on the barren ground, and hate had scorched and rendered desolate. See, it's like very much reference to the war. You can sort of see that he's making an allusion to that. They've done what hate has made. They've undone what hate has made, and now I stand on ground so innocent. State of pure formless awareness leans to join with it. And he just joins with it. He just joins with it. And makes it like itself. Shadow of an ancient hate is gone. All the blight and withering have passed forever from the land where they have come. Passed forever. So have passed away, maybe. Passed away. Forever passed away, maybe. From the land where they have come. Okay. So what's he saying in this one?
He's saying that if we see the spirit in our companions and let go of past grievances, then a new life will blossom up for ourselves and our companions.
Mm. And we let go of the judgment and the hatred and the attack thoughts with the help of the Holy Spirit, remembrance of perfect love, and our true self, and all these shadows, and all the hurt and the pain and the suffering, and the sickness and the death will disappear and be undone by the true self and its memory of perfect love. And then we are free. Okay. Move on to number 4. Elaine? I'm going to read that. And the alternative.
What is 100 or 1,000 years to them, or tens of thousands? When they come, time's purpose is fulfilled. What never was passes to nothingness when they have come.
What never was. Yeah, what never was passes to nothingness.
What never was.
Maybe. What never existed.
What never existed passes to nothingness when they have come. What hatred claimed is given up to love, and freedom lights up everything and lifts it into the state of pure formless awareness, where the lights grow even brighter as each one comes home. The incomplete is made complete again, and the state of pure formless awareness's joy has been increased, because what is its own has been restored to it. The blooded earth is cleansed, and the insane have shed their garments of insanity to join them on the ground whereon I stand.
Some translations here. Perfect loves. What has been increased. What is its own has been restored to it. Bloodied earth is cleansed. And the insane shed their garments of insanity to join them on the ground. Whereon I stand. Again, the same analogy of the kind of war battleground and that bloodied earth. So he knows history. There's no doubt he's referring to these occurrences like World War One, particularly, where this bloodied earth is cleansed and insane have shed their garments of insanity to join them, being the Holy Spirit and the true self, on the ground. And the ground whereon I stand. How about on the foundation? You know, on the foundation, on which foundation on which I stand. Okay, can you read that from the top of them?
What is 100 or 1,000 years to them, or even tens of thousands? When they come, time's purpose is fulfilled. What never existed passes away to nothingness when they have come. What hatred claimed is given up to love, and freedom lights up every living thing and lifts it into the state of pure formless awareness, where the seemingly separate awarenesses grow even brighter as each one comes home. The incomplete is made complete again, and perfect love's joy has been increased because what is its own has been restored to it. The blooded earth is cleansed, and the insane have shed their garments of insanity to join them on the foundation on which I stand.
Yeah, so what's he saying here?
Well, obviously these thousands of years are irrelevant when they come, time's purpose is fulfilled. So what never existed passes away to nothingness, and they never came. Well, we're talking about the old hatred and turning it to love. And then once we've allowed this freedom, it lights up everything into the state of pure formless awareness. And then it goes brighter and brighter as each one finally gets home. So the incomplete is made complete again, and everything's cleansed from wars, blooded earth. So, yeah.
Yeah, he's using that analogy again, which is a powerful one because particularly that war was probably the most horrific war ever. It was really awful. And, the scenes are, it was within, perhaps not living memory. I think everyone who fought in it has pretty much died now, but it's, not very far, not very long ago. So humanity, has a record of the horror of it, and it was almost the peak of the insanity of the ego. Perhaps World War II. Yeah, just completely bonkers, and they were fighting over nothing. It was just like, I think the horror of that war, the pointless loss of life, and a whole generation just wiped out of young men, just slaughtered. I remember in 2018, it was the 100-year anniversary of the end of the war, and they had that display at the Tower of London, all the poppies. There was one flower for each life that was lost. I mean, it's just extraordinary. Just see the sea. It was like a red river running around the tower, and it's like every one of those was a human being. You had, families, they had dreams, they had hopes, aspirations, a future ahead of them. It was just wiped out. And it's like total insanity for nothing. That war was fought over some ridiculous, squabbling over territory. No one was even clear why it was fought. Just like broke out, and then 4 years of, insanity, huge, loss of life and suffering. I mean, not just, those the death. It was almost if you died, it was a release. But I mean, to live like they lived in the trenches with, just like they're getting fungus on their feet and mustard gas, and just appalling, and that was really hell on earth, those conditions. So he's referring to that as a powerful analogy in our, human memory, and God, actually all of that can be healed and cleansed by the Holy Spirit and the true self working in tandem to free everyone from that horror and awaken us all to the truth beyond it. And the other point there is what does it matter? Hundreds or thousands or even tens of thousands of years. It doesn't matter. When they come, time's purpose is fulfilled. So when you become fully aware of them, it doesn't matter how long it's taken you to get there, time's purpose is fulfilled and over. Okay. Happy with number 4?
Yeah.
Moving swiftly on to number 5 then, John.
Yeah, the state of pure formless awareness is grateful for this gift of what has been withheld so long. But they have come to gather in their own. What has been locked is opened. What was held apart from pure formless awareness is given up. That pure formless awareness may shine on it and leave no space nor distance lingering between the pure formless awareness of the state of pure formless awareness and the world.
That needs a bit of lingering between the light of heaven and the world. I think we make it the pure formless awareness of perfect love. Leave no space. No space nor distance, or no space or distance? I think no space or distance, yeah? Lingering between the pure formless awareness of perfect love and the world. So I'll read that again, John, just on the top.
Yeah. Pure formless awareness is grateful for this gift of what has been withheld so long. But they have come to gather in their own. What has been locked is opened. What was held apart from pure formless awareness is given up, so that pure formless awareness may shine on it and leave no space or distance lingering between the pure formless awareness of perfect love and the world.
The pure formless awareness of perfect love may shine in space. How about we say formless awareness of perfect Love may shine on it, leave no space or distance lingering between self and the world. So there's no space or distance between pure formless awareness of perfect love and the world anymore. That gap has been closed, bridged, and we're back home in that original state. Okay, so what's she's saying here? Summary.
Saying that Spirit is incredibly grateful to us for opening up and allowing its presence to come into us and influence us.
Mm. No space or distance. So it's here now. It's not distant in my awareness. I haven't separated myself from it. This awareness comes into my experience in the world now. Yeah. So number 6, holiest of all spots on earth.
The most innocent of all spots on earth is where an ancient hatred has become a present love, and they come quickly to the living temple where a home for them has been set up. There is no place in the state of pure formless awareness more innocent, and they have come to live within the temple offered them, to be their resting place as well as mine. What hatred has released to love becomes the brightest pure formless awareness, and the state of pure formless awareness. Awareness is radiance. And all the lights in the state of pure formless awareness brighter grow in gratitude for what has been restored.
And the radiance of state of pure formless awareness. Maybe just in the radiance of pure formless awareness sounds better. And the lights in the state of pure formless awareness, brighter grow brighter. So when he's talking about lights, he's talking about awareness. It's like seemingly separate mind. All lights in the state of pure formless awareness are brighter in gratitude for what has been restored. And what's he saying here?
Well, the most innocent spots on the earth were once ancient hatred, has now become present love. So like what you were talking about, the concentration camps and all those things in the trenches.
And you actually see that. People go there and it's quite I haven't been, I probably will at some point, but it's quite a moving experience. John, what did you find that when you went?
Yeah, massively so. I mean,
Oh.
and the concentration camps are something else, of course.
Did you go and see those as well?
I have, and there's also a village in France that was just left. It's still there, actually. It was just it was just laid waste, and you can walk around that, and they've just left it as it was. Just, yeah.
And you feel a sort of a sense of a presence of love, despite all of that, egoic hatred that arises. It's like there is a redeeming, there's some kind of redemption, because it's over now and there's some kind of healing. And so those spots have become sacred in a way. This is what he's saying. Because, I mean, the most innocent, holiest, the most sacred, how about that instead of holiest? The most sacred of all the spots on earth is when ancient hatred has become a present love. And so because of what's happened on those spots with all the hatred, there's been a focus of, healing and love. And so there's been a lot of people visiting and being in an altered state because of, the history of it. They go there with more reverence, maybe more, so they're in a different, different state of mind, and that and imbues itself into the place. It's why, cathedrals and places of worship that have been around for hundreds of years have this presence. You go into a cathedral and you feel a presence, don't you? There's something there that's different from outside. And because this presence of love has infused itself into the ether of the cathedral. I'm saying it's the same thing where ancient hatred has become a present love. All the minds in the state of pure formless awareness grow brighter in gratitude for what has been restored. Could you read it again, Elaine?
Yeah. The most sacred of all spots on earth is where an ancient hatred has become a present love, and they come quickly to the living temple where a home for them has been set up. There is no place in the state of pure formless awareness more innocent, and they have come to live within the temple offered them to be their resting place as well as mine. What hatred has released to love becomes the brightest awareness in the radiance of pure formless awareness. And all the minds in the state of pure formless awareness grow brighter in gratitude for what has been restored.
Nice. So I think that could be quite a great spiritual experience or retreat or something. Organize a trip to the battlefields and to places like Auschwitz.
Yeah.
And actually, this particular section is so relevant. Study it. Say, okay, well, we'll actually sit on the battlefields where this destruction was, and read this and experience what he's saying.
Yeah.
It's an idea that's just come in some point. Perhaps we'll do that. All right. So, any further thoughts on number 6?
No, it's good.
Okay. Yeah, we're doing well. I think there's 8. No, so we've got 2 more. Not long to go. So, John, I'm going to read number 7.
Around me, angels hover lovingly. to keep away all darkened thoughts of sin and keep the pure formless awareness where it has entered in. My footprints lighten up the world, for where I walk, letting go gladly goes with me. No one on earth but offers thanks to one who has restored his home and sheltered him from bitter winter and the freezing cold. And shall the source of the state of pure formless awareness and its extension give less in gratitude for so much more?
Mine's gone. Okay. No one on earth but offers, everyone on earth. Thanks to one who's restored his home, restored their home and sheltered them from bitter winter and the freezing cold. Again, kind of making reference perhaps to war, you know, was it World War II, where Germans got stuck in Russia in winter. And before that, Napoleon did the same thing. So I think there's definitely an allusion to those parts of history. Quite a strong one in this text. On the source of the state of pure formless awareness and its extension. Source of pure formless awareness and its extension give less in gratitude for so much more. Angels. Do you remember how we translate angels?
Oh, yes, what was it? Oh, do we have them as grand rays?
Angels are really just positive thoughts.
Oh, yeah.
Positive thoughts or feelings. Around me, positive, maybe feelings. Around me, positive feelings. Hover lovingly. So positive feelings. Hover lovingly around me, surround me. How about envelop? Positive feelings.
Yeah.
Positive feelings envelop me lovingly or lovingly. Envelop me. To keep away all darkened thoughts. All limited thoughts of sin. And keep pure formless awareness where it is entered in. Keep the light where it is entered in. Footprints lighten up the world, for where I walk, letting go gladly goes with me. So I'm always letting go, so this idea of letting go goes with me. Everyone on earth offers thanks to one who's restored their home and sheltered them from bitter winter and freezing cold. Okay, and walk to the wartime analogy to there. And shall the source of pure formless awareness and its extension give less in gratitude for so much more. And answer the question. Give less in gratitude. You're saying we have, all reason to feel really grateful. And leads us nicely into the next one. Now is the It's the temple of the living God.
Now, now is the temple of the living, pure formless awareness, the perfect love, rebuilt as host again to it, by whom it was extended. Where it dwells, its extension dwells with it, never separate. And they give thanks that they are welcomed, made at last. Now is the temple of the living, perfect love rebuilt as host again to it, by whom it was extended.
Host. Rebuilt as a host. Now, as a temple. So the temple, now we translate temple.
No, that one's beyond me. Yes, I do remember that. Foundation.
That's actually altar, but
Oh, yeah.
now as the temple is like the holding kind of structure. Now is the home, maybe home of the living God, of the living, maybe the present. As the home of the present perfect love rebuilt. As host again to it, by whom it was extended. So that's the extension. By how about instead of whom it was extended, by its extension? It's much look at the original. And to him by whom it was created. Now is the temple of the living God rebuilt as host again to him by whom it was created. No. Maybe instead of the home, that was extension. That was the extension. Of the present perfect love. Being built as host again to it. By whom it was created. By whom it was created. By its present perfect love rebuilt as host again. To it by whom it was created. By source. That. Read that first sentence. That was the extension.
Now is the extension of the present perfect love rebuilt as host again to it by its source that extends it. Where it dwells, its extension dwells with it, never separate. And they give thanks that they are welcome made at last. And they give thanks that they are made welcome.
Made welcome.
Yeah. Where a cross stood stands now the risen
Across stood stands now. Across stood
Cross-stood
stands now the risen
stands
true self. So my true self,
my
as the sentence came. So I say my true self stands, or across stands risen. My true self stands risen, or across they're referring to the crucifixion again. Across one stood. Stands risen, stands true self as awoken. How about that? True self is awoken, or across one stood, and ancient scars are healed in its sight. When ancient corrections come to bless and replace an ancient enmity that came to kill. Okay, you want to carry on, John? You read that.
and they give thanks that they are made welcome at last. My true self is awoken where across one stood, and ancient scars are healed within its sight. An ancient correction has come to bless and replace an ancient enmity that came to kill. In gentle gratitude, do pure formless awareness of perfect love, the source and the extension return to what is theirs and will forever be. Now is remembrance of perfect love's purpose done. For they have come. For they have come at last.
Yeah, just looking at the original Father and the Son return to what is theirs and will forever be. So the source and its extension return to what is forever theirs. Whereas now is remembrance of perfect love's purpose. Done, completed. Purpose, love. Purpose over. So the Holy Spirit's purpose is no longer has a purpose, because its purpose is to reunite us with our source. Well, they have come at last. And again, the they refers all the way back to pure formless awareness, perfect love, and the true self. Okay, so thoughts, maybe just read it from the top, make sure we're good with the translation. Thoughts on that?
Now,
the summary quickly.
Yeah. It's saying that when we forgive,
just read it again, John, just to make sure we.
Now is the extension of the present perfect love rebuilt as host again to it by its source that extends it. Where it dwells, its extension dwells with it, never separate. And they give thanks that they are welcomed at last. My true self has awoken where across one stood, and ancient scars are healed within its sight. An ancient correction has come to bless and replace an ancient enmity that came to kill. In gentle gratitude, do pure formless awareness of perfect love, the source and its extension return to what is forever theirs. Now is the remembrance of perfect love's purpose over, for they have come at last.
Quite moving, really.
Yeah.
Particularly like the references to the bloodied past of humanity. And then, okay, these, come to heal all of that and make it all right. Imagine reading this on the battlefields of France or in Auschwitz. It would be particularly powerful, wouldn't it?
Yes. Yeah.
So perhaps one day we'll do a Course in Miracles tour of the battlefields to bring healing. It's really about awakening the mind through the experience, but it brings healing as well to those places.
Yeah.
And so the love, interesting, because of the horror that took place, so much loving awareness has now been directed at those places. And so they become sacred, holy, as he says. The holiest of all spots on earth is where an ancient hatred has been translated, converted into a present love. I'd love to do that. Would you like to co-host it with me?
Well, that could be, yeah. Yeah, that could be that. Yeah.
Bit of the history, you do a tour, go to the various sites, but you bring in the course, and it's powerful healing, and could be a very very powerful awakening experience for people. Very moving. Yeah. Anyway, we'll see.
Yep.
Something to do at some point. Are you quite a history buff? Really?
Yeah, I am a bit. Yeah.
So yeah, a bit of the history of the war, and so that side of it, and then you bring in the spiritual element to heal it, correct it, and people to connect with this. This really what he's saying is this is the Holy Trinity. The Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit come to heal these sites where terrible the ego just went completely mad. Really completely insane, wasn't it? That whole war.
Yeah.
All really is insane, but that was particularly insane because the brutality and the suffering was so immense, and the loss of life, and yet it can be saved and healed, as he's pointing out, and he's chosen these analogies for a reason. There's no doubt. I think he's referring to these wars, World War I, possibly World War II as well. The bitter winter, freezing cold, that was all part of that could be anywhere, I suppose. But it was again a wartime experience, wasn't it? With the Germans got caught in Russia, and Napoleon did it as well. 150 years before, 130 years before. The Germans didn't learn history, did they? You'd think they would have studied their military history anyway. Yeah, great section actually. I found that quite moving.
Yeah, thanks very much, Jenna.
Do you want to read the summary?
Yeah, let's just do it. Yeah.
Yeah.
In recognizing how innocent I am, I hear the voice of pure formless awareness of perfect love calling to awaken the same within others. This innocence extends to everyone, and when I see others with love, I realize that the state of pure formless awareness is within me as well. When I trust this vision, it clears away all grievances and lets the innocence and peace of pure formless awareness shine. Through this understanding, hatred fades, revealing a world illuminated by pure formless awareness, where I stand on sacred ground. This ground, transformed by love and correction, becomes a beacon, drawing all towards the radiant light of the state of pure formless awareness. Time and past grievances become inconsequential when faced with the overwhelming presence of love. As each person embraces this realization, the world's brightness intensifies, reflecting the true nature of the state of pure formless awareness. Angels surround me, ensuring that pure formless awareness remains strong within. My journey of letting go and love positively affects others, evoking gratitude. As everyone comes to this realization, the world becomes a temple of pure formless awareness of perfect love. This temple, infused with love and understanding, replaces old wounds and conflicts. Gratitude fills every corner as the source of the state of pure formless awareness and its extension return to their rightful place. The culmination of this journey is the realization of the remembrance of perfect love's purpose, signifying a grand reunion with the state of pure formless awareness.
Mm.
Yeah,
It's sort of the summary gives you a bit of a different take on it.
Yeah, it's very good. It's very good.
I think so. Yeah, it was just Chat GPT again. Kicked it out in a few seconds. So gives you a kind of, it's another version of the same section really. But I think it adds to it. Adds to its impact.
Now, the key message of this section is that recognizing my own innocence, I hear the voice of pure formless awareness, calling to awaken love within all. Embracing this vision dispels all grievances, illuminating a world of love and unity. As I journey with love and letting go, the world becomes a radiant temple of unity and gratitude. Yeah.
Journey about as I let go. I let go on my journey. Unconditional love. Within me becomes a radiant temple. A radiant home of unity and gratitude. awaken. Gonna just read the read it again.
The key message of this section is that recognizing my own innocence, I hear the voice of pure formless awareness calling to awaken the pure formless awareness of perfect love in everyone. Embracing this vision dispels old grievances, revealing a world of love and unity. As I let go on my journey, unconditional love arises in me. The world becomes, as I let go on my journey, unconditional love arises in me. The world becomes,
And the world.
And the world becomes a radiant home of unity and gratitude. Yeah, very good.
A radiant home, radiant place, home, radiant home for unity and gratitude. Oh, very poignant, pointing us to the healing of all of the insanity of the ego. And I think when he makes reference to these very extreme cases of insanity, as in the wars, world wars, and so on, it does move us, and it arouses a sense of a deeper love in response to that horror, which is that's really the key point of the section, saying in the face of all this horror, I can go deeper, transcend, and awaken. Okay, speaking of awaken, you probably want to do the opposite. You probably want to do the opposite now and go to sleep. So.
Actually, I've just got one question, John, if we could.
Yeah.
Back on in chapter 26, which is what we're in, isn't are we in? Yeah, we are. Yeah, section 8.
Yeah. Okay, it's the last one.
Yeah.
Yesterday's, yeah. Okay, that was the immediacy of salvation.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
It's just it's in paragraph 1 is sentence 3 to 5. This, for time and space are one illusion which takes different forms. If it has been projected beyond your mind, you think of it as time. The nearer it is brought to where it is, the more you think of it in terms of space. I just want to interpret that, actually. I mean, I understand that time and space are illusions. I can even get to the idea that time and space are one illusion, just different forms. If it has been projected beyond your mind, you think of it as time. The nearer it is brought to where it is, the more you think of it in terms of space. I don't understand that. Well, it's this notion of, if it has been projected beyond your mind, you think of it as time. So what is it that has been projected beyond my mind?
It's been projected beyond your mind, you think of it as time. So whatever it is, as you project it.
If I'm projecting if I'm projecting arrogance, I think I just don't get this thing about thinking of it as time.
It's been projected beyond your mind. You think of it as time. So in my mind. So we project out from a false belief that creates the illusion of separation, which leads to separate bodies walking around in space. And because of that space, you can now have movement in space. Then you have the measurement of that, the change from one moment to the next as these figures move around in space creates the illusion of time. So I project beyond my mind, and then I think of whatever I'm experiencing in terms of time. Yeah, because
So if I'm projecting something, I'm trying to separate it out.
Yeah.
I'm trying to fragment it. So I get that if I fragment something, I can create space. But where does the time go?
Oh, well, because what happens when bodies move around in space? There's apparently a change. Space allows the illusion of time.
Okay.
See that? That's why space-time is a continuum. Einstein was the first person to really get that. Well, the first scientist anyway. I think mystics got it long before him, but the first person to say, well, he called it space-time, space-time continuum. He said, this is the fabric of reality of this universe. And so space and time are completely intertwined. You can't really separate them. Because space creates an illusion of some space for things to happen. Now you've got various moving parts, bodies seemingly with separate minds, able to move around in space, to speak and act and do various things in space, and the change from one moment to the next, what happens then, and then there's another movement and another movement. The measurement of movement or change is time. So if I project anything beyond my mind, we literally went out of our minds in that tiny mad moment and projected our minds outwards as projected thought or energy. We then create this capacity for time, because now there's going to be shift and change in the space we've created, and the measurement of that shift and change we call time.
Okay.
So it's projected beyond my mind. That means that I've created the illusion of time.
Yeah.
It's also the illusion of space, but he's referring to time, and then he says, but nearer it is brought to where I think I am in this world, the more I think of it in terms of space. So because space is in our immediate vicinity, we think of it in terms, spatial terms. We live with people, they're in our space. We think of it in terms of space rather than time. Oh, the person, people are here. If they're further away, then we might think of it, in time. So we go, oh, well, the person is not here now, but I had, let's say, a encounter or a relationship with them in the past. So now I'm thinking of it as time rather than space. But if they're presently here, then my focus is on the space. Oh, there they are in my space as a body seemingly separate from.
Separate. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Can we just look at the first bit of paragraph 3? Salvation is immediate.
Mm-hmm.
Salvation, awakening is immediate. Unless I perceive it in this way, I will be afraid of it. So if I don't see awakening as immediate, I will be afraid of it. Believing that there is a great risk of loss between the time its purpose is made mine and its effects will come to me. In this form, the error that is the source of fear is still obscured. Awakening would wipe out the space I still perceive between myself and let me instantly become as one. Awakening is immediate. Unless I perceive it this way, I will be afraid of it, believing that there's a great risk of loss between the time its purpose is made mine. So if I don't understand that awakening is immediate, then I have fear, because there's a difference in the moment between believing that there is a great risk of loss between the time its purpose is made mine and its effects will come to me. So I'm fearful because of the time that lapses between understanding that there is a purpose and the effects. So I'm fearful that if I trust in something, I may not be rewarded immediately. It will only come later, and I'm fearful of that gap in time.
Mm-hmm.
Something like that.
Where it was lost between time its purpose is made mine and its effects will come to me. So I don't think it's going to be immediate.
Yeah.
When I do all this work, and maybe nothing's going to happen for a long time. And this form of error is the source of fear still obscured. Awakening would wipe out the space I still perceive between myself. Let me instantly become as a one. Like awakening would, salvation will wipe out the space you see between you still. That you instantly become as a one. Really, so awakening would, I see between myself and others. I think that's what he means. Between you still. It means between two people. Between you still, you and your brother.
So what he's saying in this whole thing really is that only when we perceive the oneness with our brothers do we get away from fear of being here.
Yeah, and the fear that I'm not going to get my due reward. It's a lack of trust in spirit.
Yeah.
So, well, I could put in all this effort trying to study this course, and I'm not going to, get much from it.
Yeah.
So why bother? Why am I putting in the effort? Which is just another ego defense against doing the work.
Yeah.
Because actually the rewards are immediate. You experience directly straight away. A more expanded awareness, happier, more peaceful state, a real time as you practice.
Yeah.
So the gap that the ego tries to create is just this defense against the truth. Because it knows if you recognize that, when I forgive, I let go instantly, I feel better, then why wouldn't I do that all the time? It's not I don't need to wait for the rewards. The rewards are immediate. Right here and right now, I experience it, I feel better. So it will try to tell us that, there are no rewards right now and you're going to have to wait for them, and it's not really worth waiting because every time you're sacrificing what you value in this world.
Okay, I think I get it. Yeah.
And the space-time, you gotta understand the space-time construct. Space-time as a continuum, they are really two sides of the same coin. Space and time, you can't have one without the other. You can't have time without space. In fact, that was what the whole theory of relativity was about. Because really the relationship between space and time.
Why can't you have space without time?
Because as soon as you create space between objects, so there's now a separation, those objects are going to move. And as they move around in space, that creates the illusion, it's just an illusion, but a powerful one nevertheless, of time, of things sequentially happening, because the objects are moving around. And now you can go, well, the object was in that state, and then it moved to there, and it moved to there. So now I can measure that seemingly in time. It couldn't happen without space.
So you can't have space without time. Can you have time without space?
No. Because if there were no space, in other words, separation between objects,
You wouldn't have time.
there would be no way of measuring change. There would be no movement and nothing to measure change, because nothing would change, would it?
Okay. Yeah.
So if you're in pure formless awareness,
Yeah.
perfect love, infinity and eternity, there's no space between objects. There's no separation. So
Yeah.
there's no time. It's just eternally the same. Only the illusion of separation creates space-time, which then becomes the fabric of our new reality.
Because in paragraph 4, he then goes on to say, yet space between you and your brother is apparent only in the present, now, and cannot be perceived in future time.
Yeah, it's kind of.
Yet space between myself and my companions is apparent only in the present, now. And yet, if we're in the present, then I would have thought space and time no longer exist.
If you're fully present in a revelatory state, then that collapses space-time. So you're referring to something else here. Space between myself and my companions is apparent only in the present, cannot be perceived in future time. Yeah, okay. So
Yes,
saying
space between myself and my companions.
just look at how our lives work here. You don't in future time, if you're going into the future, you don't see space between you and your brothers, because it's only really apparent in your current experience. You're walking around, there's a body in the same room, and they walk past you, and you see the space between you, and then the body disappears into another room. This is apparent in the present, cannot be perceived in future time.
Ah, okay.
Because if you go into the future, that space is not as apparent.
Yeah.
I suppose you could visualize bodies walking around, but it's much less, present in your experience.
Yeah.
Then he says, no more can be overlooked except within the present. No more can it be overlooked. Future loss is not my fear. No more can I overlook it. No more can it be overlooked. Cannot be perceived in future time. No more can it be overlooked. Yeah, okay, so then he's saying, so I can perceive space in the present, and I can also overlook it in the present. So maybe just I can and also only overlook it. In the present. So it's present in my experience and I must overlook it in the present and let it go. Future loss is not my fear, but present joining is my dread. My dread is present joining. So a good example, Elaine gave an example in the supermarket with her ex-rival competitor. Her dread was present joining. She didn't want to join, but she let that separation control her in that moment. My dread is present joining. Who can feel desolation except now? Future causes yet has no effect, so therefore it must be that if I fear, there is a present cause. Right now, as this that needs correction, not a future state. So he's bringing it back really to the present moment.
Yeah.
And he's saying in that present moment you have the potential for healing the whole of space-time, the construct of space-time, only in the present. So you're aware of space acutely in the present. It's very, very obvious. Whereas time tends to be more someone's distant from you. So if they're right there now in your space, you're not often thinking of time, you're just aware of space. But if they're not there and you're thinking about them, then it becomes more about time. Or I remember when we did this together, or I'm looking forward to being with them again, you see? Whereas if they were present here in our space, then our attention's more in the now, which is what he's saying. He's saying the only time you can let go of this is in the present moment as well.
Okay.
You can also only overlook it in the present moment.
Okay, thank you.
That becomes the key to collapsing space-time. And the theory of relativity is quite interesting if you want to do a bit of research, because Einstein really hit on there was seeing the relationship between these two factors and formalizing it into a law, which is the general theory of relativity, which really says that space-time is a continuum and it's not absolute, it's relative. Space-time changes, space-time can bend. The theory of relativity, that's a good summary of space. The space tells matter where to go, and matter tells space how to bend. That's the summary of the theory of relativity, which means that it's all relative. There's nothing fixed about it. It's not absolute reality. And I think Einstein understood that. So he's looking for the grand unified theory that would somehow bring a permanent kind of unity to it, or unified under one kind of banner, one law, which he failed at. Couldn't find it to unify the different forces, because you can't find unity in a construct based on the idea of separation. You have to go beyond that idea entirely to the what pre-existed the whole universe, which he probably didn't do. Maybe he did. Maybe I think he started to get glimpses of it, but it's very difficult if you studied science, and effectively science is all happening within the space-time construct. It's
But
very difficult.
just going back to the beginning of number 4, John. Yet space between you and your brother is apparent only in the present now, and cannot be perceived in future time. So what it's saying here is that space can only be perceived in the present.
Yeah.
Okay, so space is in the present, time isn't in the present. No more.
Well, the only time is now. So you can, the only present time is now. That's our correct interpretation of time. But usually the ego is time involves past or future, isn't it? So now we're thinking in past or future terms, which is always about time and is not present. They're saying I can also only overlook space in the present moment. So as I collapse time by coming into the present moment, I can also collapse space, because I can look beyond the images that seem to be walking around, moving around in space.
And what's it about? But present joining is your dread. So it's saying that present joining. So I understand that. I mean, the ego is going to be very fearful of any sort of joining. So I guess that's what he's talking about here.
And because it undoes the separation. If you presently join, you undo the separation and start deconstructing space-time. This is very profound. If you really start applying this course, you're undoing the very fabric of your reality, so-called reality here. Space-time, which supports, the whole matrix happens in space-time.
Yeah. And number 5, who can feel desolation except now? But if we're in the now, we wouldn't feel desolate, would we? Because we'd be feeling joy.
Future causes yet has no effects. So I think he's pointing out that I can only have experienced that feeling now. Future cause as yet has no effects. So he's bringing us back to here and now. The time now, and if we let go of space in now, then there's nothing to separate us anymore. Space-time have no real existence anymore. But I can recommend doing some reading on space-time and Einstein's theory of relativity, because it's all about space-time. It's interesting to see how he conceptualized that space and time are this continuum which binds us. It's the space-time is the matrix we live in. I think maybe he got a glimpse of that. He started understanding
that. Okay, John. Yeah, thanks.
Okay. So happy with that one. Any more questions?
It's just that number 5 that's still bugging me a bit. Who can feel desolation except now? Because if you are in the now, then I don't see why you would feel desolation.
I
think I get the rest.
Yeah, well, I think what he's saying is, if you're fully present to it in the now, you can undo it. So it's not based on a future cause. Future cause as yet has no effect. He's saying if you feel desolate or afraid or whatever, it's because of what's arising now. So it's the ego arising in you right now.
Okay, right.
So don't go, oh, well, it's because I feel desolate because of some future cause, which I'm imagining. The truth is that it's just my ego arising right now, in this moment. And that feeling of desolation is just another block to the awareness of love's presence arising right now. And so I can let it go right now.
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
By bringing, the awareness that the present awareness into it, you recognize that it's a choice. I'm choosing to feel it now. It's not related to any past or future cause. It's just arising as a feeling in me now, and I can let that feeling go. I don't have to continue to entertain it, but I must bring the darkness, limited awareness, into the light of the now.
Yeah.
So that it can be looked at and exposed, and then let go of.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, that's good. Yeah.
So don't get caught up in future cause. It's really just the ego
Yeah.
arising right now, and so it can also be let go of right now.
Yeah. Okay, that's good, John. Thank you.
Yeah, only a pleasure. Yeah. So thanks for staying till the very end. Long session, but a good one. And perhaps we'll visit the battlefields of France together.
Yes.
Sometime,
Yeah.
Yeah, be a good retreat experience. I think you could definitely get some interest in that. So let's park it for now, but at some point.
John, I don't think I'll be there. I'm not going to be with you tomorrow night, and we're away next week. We're doing another walking trip in France, actually.
Well, tomorrow I was going to do a day session. You make it in the day at 12:30.
No, I can't. No, I'm out. I'm out all day and the evening.
And the evening. Okay. Sunday, or you leaving for your trip on Sunday?
I can do a bit later on Sunday evening, but I will be packing and things. But I might be able to do some of it on Sunday.
No, okay. So join Sunday evening.
Yeah.
Well, I can probably actually do. I've got a free weekend this weekend. I can probably do Sunday afternoon if you prefer. I don't mind doing it a Sunday afternoon. So.
Yeah, I am. I'm not going to be around Sunday afternoon though.
Okay, so let's make it in the evening then. Yeah, all right. So I'll see you Sunday evening.
Well, don't rely on me because I am going to be having to get ready and stuff. So.
No. Right. Join for an hour or so if you can.
Yeah. Okay.
Just show up, and whoever shows up, shows up. Lane, someone says to me, "Is John joining?" I said, "I have no idea." I don't know. I do sometimes get a feeling. It's like, okay, you've been a few days, and it's a serious section of text, and you normally join them. I'll never know. So.
Yeah.
All right. So hopefully see you Sunday. Otherwise, enjoy your walk.
Yeah.
When you're away, are you going to join?
Then we're away for 8-9 days and back home.
Are you going to join? Are you going to join while you're away?
Well, it could happen. It could happen. It could happen, I suppose. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Well, feel free. And otherwise, save up your questions and we'll deal with them.
Yes, I will.
Yeah. Okay. Enjoy your walk.
Good. Yeah. Thanks, Joe. Yeah.
All right. Namaste.
Namaste.
Bye for now. So thank you to John, Elaine, Kim, and Christine for joining. Great session. And I hope to see you if you've been watching the session. Join us on Sunday evening for a live session, and join us below. Just link. It's a link below in the text for this video. You can also subscribe to the channel if you liked it, and get some of the material I shared up front sent to you daily via Telegram. So there's also a link below to do that. So check it out, and hope to catch you on the inside. Thanks for listening, and namaste. Which means the awakened self in me acknowledges and honors that same awakened self in you.